Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. Sorry I'm a little late starting stream today, but got up late and had to take care of a couple of things before I started stream. So I'm here now. We're getting into it. Yesterday we did a lot of the story based MSQ like side quests. We remembered our journey, our Heavensward journey, up till 3.3. We did some we did some Hildebrand. It was cool. And we got our tribes up. Today, well, we're gonna start out by getting our Durvanu and our Moogles up to recognize so that we can catch up with the boss. So let's get into it. Let's see what these Moogles are up to. What's up, Mogson? What you got for us? It's trying times, chat. It's trying times. Zelda, you're back and at a perfect time. Terracin and I were just discussing how to move forward with the restoration. You're welcome to join us, Kupo. What you got for me, Terracin? Zelda, how kind of you to join us. We were just discussing how to proceed with the restoration. The Mogmenders are ready for a new challenge, and I have a mind to set them to work on the plaza's outer wall. And what would a challenge be without an insurmountable obstacle? They'll have the strength to even lift the wall's heavy bricks of foam, yet alone stack them on top of each other. In Ishgard, we would use levers and pulleys to get the job done, but I'm afraid their design is unfit for Moogle proportions. Short of creating an entirely new system, which is outside the realm of my expertise, the solution has to this problem eluded me. That is, until the Master Mogmender himself had a brilliant suggestion. Mogson, if you will. Certainly, Kupo. I propose calling upon the dragons for help. I've seen them grasp vast boulders with their mighty claws. It would be a simple task for them to stack bricks on top of each other. An ingenious idea, yes, and one which fills me with anticipation, for I have never seen a dragon's might put to constructive use. It would seem as well that Mogson already knows who to ask. That's right, Kupo. I happen to count a dragon among my many friends. He is strong, too. Much stronger than any Moogle I've met. Terracin, Zelda, wait here. I'll stick about straight away. Bye, Mogson. Say, we'll wait. We'll wait. Yes. We are returned, Kupo, Zelda, Terracin, meet Oldie. Oh, these are the ones in need of my strength. They are so wingless. Nonetheless, any friend of Mogson is a friend of mine. I am at your service. By the fury! If you were not Mogson's friends, I would be trembling in my boots, old D. I was made to believe you could hurl boulders to the skies with a flick of your powerful claws. Is that true? Of course. Of course. Do not think me some weakling. I am a dragon, and blood of the great one Raceholger courses through my veins. In just 3 centuries, even the most colossal stone could be as a pebble in my claws. Did you hear that? We only need to wait 3 centuries. Fortunately, I have no pressing engagements for the next 300 years. What about you, Mogson? Have you the time to spare? No, certainly not, Kupo. There must be another way. Oh, I know. Old D, we have a surplus of foodstuffs thanks to Mogul's shrewd management. Get your fill, and before long you'll be big and strong as Raceholger, right? Mogson, you were always so short-sighted. How many times must I tell you, the quickest solution is not always the best? Don't you understand? We can't wait 300 years. By the time the palms of every Moogle and Mogul will gone to dust. My apologies, I sometimes forget how very fragile you Moogles are. I suppose we'll have to entreat my older brother for help then. Let me warn you, however, he can be a bit trying at times. But don't worry, for I am certain we can sway him to help us one way or another. Thank you, old D. I knew we would find a way. However, I know there's still more work to be done. Soon we'll be able to add Persuade a Good Dragon to my list of accomplishments. But as they say, there's strength in numbers, Zelda. Pray accompany me, as it may lend more weight to our request. You got it. And my boobs are showing very strongly in this get-up. Well then, let us be off, my brother. Play off. Usually sends this time deeper within Zenith. I will go ahead and see if I can't soften him up before you arrive. Let's go. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Let's go, let's go. My brother has requested I hear your plea, and I shall not deny him. We are grateful for this audience, Koopa. We are grateful for this audience, Koopa. You see, we mean to rebuild the walls of Barley's. Alas, our tiny palms can barely grip the massive stones, let alone lift them. That's why we require dragon strength, your strength. Ah, yes, we've heard tell of the Moogles playing at being stonemasons. This I know. I care not how or where you conduct your games, or whom you choose to imitate. However, I will not be made party to such whimsy. With all due respect, you're mistaken. This is no game, Koopa. We are pouring our heart and soul into repairing Barley's, and it is only the beginning. Brother Mogson tells the truth. He is wholly devoted to his task. He is even forsworn trickery. Please, I implore you, give him and his people a chance. One chance, then, to show me the depths of your conviction. If you truly are a crafter, then craft something for me. That which cannot speak, yet can be heard. Present it to me, and my strength will be yours. What? I mean, yes, of course. Zelda, let us return to Barley's. We can begin work on Wei Ab's request forthwith. Alright, back to Barley's then. Intertwine, true love that did find, bring me home, and heaven's near, but flames that purple bright soon they'll dawn. Aww. Oh well. Back to Mogson. I don't know what to make of Wei Ab's words. Something that can't speak but can be heard. And my palm aches from trying to wrap it around his riddle. Perhaps it should trick him. It can be much more difficult than tricking a Moogle. I just keep on worrying on. I won't rest until I've deciphered his strange request. Zelda, let us put our palms together. Together we can chip away at the question until the answer takes shape before us. Could it possibly clue, Koopa? Zelda, you've traveled to all manner of places. Surely a worldly adventurer such as yourself can offer some insight. Perhaps it's not an object, but a demonstration of skill he seeks. A skill. Well, when Moogles excel at trickery and lounging in the sun and seeing how many Koopa nuts we can fit in our mouths at once. No, that can't be. Wait, I know, Koopa. Would a nap or coconut eating competition be without musical accompaniment? We make even the most mundane event come to life with our horns and hearts. And an instrument does not speak, but it certainly can be heard. So it's an instrument way off once. Now, I've always been partial to tooting the horn myself, so I believe crafting one would prove simple. However, I wouldn't trust you with a separate task. A quality mouthpiece, while small, is indispensable if we want the sound to impress, and I would trust you, no one but you, to craft the proper one. Mogul should have any materials you require. I await your masterpiece, Kupo. Okay, let's go. Let's go to Mogul, craver of Kupo nuts. You come for materials? Very well. That'll be 30 Kupo nuts, please. Haha, you should see the look on your face. It was merely a jest. Please, take as much as you require, free of charge, of course. Alright. And we do in for that. Society. And they want high quality horn. Okay. So. No, we don't even increase progress. Do a standard touch. Precise. Alright, we got our. And now we just do. We don't need quality anymore. So now we do a basic synthesis. And there we go. A nice horn component. A nice high quality horn component. Are you finished, Kupo? I've completed the horn and all it requires is your final push. Here you be. Here you be. This is even better than I could have hoped, Kupo. Lady Moogle will surely be proud of to toot on the horn, even Chieftain Moglin. Nevertheless, I must take care when applying the final touches. Go ahead and meet with old Dan and his brother. I'll be close behind, horn and paw. Just woman bomb ever. We'll be flying. We'll be flying. Oh man, I've been getting into like the songs from K-pop Demon Hunters. Those songs are earworms. Oh my gosh. I haven't even been able to see the movie and I'm just like, I want to say it. I must see it. Well, yeah, we thought long and hard on your words, and we're about that what you seek. Behold, the amalgam in your masterpiece. Why, that's just a horn. I would rather want that. Of course, a horn cannot. Oh, I see how clever Mogson. And the craftsmanship is even better than we had hoped. Do not feign knowledge, oldie. You did not know the answer. As for you, Momsen, was this horn truly wrought by your hands? Indeed, Kupo. I put every ounce of my skill into its construction. Every ounce, as well as a dash of Zelda's skill for good measure. A horn does not speak, yet it can be heard from even the highest peaks. It would seem my trial was simple before the combined efforts of man and Moogle. I'm impressed. Accept my apologies for doubting you. This means you'll help Moxes? Splendid. Brother, I still don't understand. Why is a horn so important to you? How much you have yet to learn, though I'm sure you were taught once before that our songs are as words to their ears, so alien and unfathomable. So it was that Racefolker bequeathed the magic to men, but they fashioned sacred instruments to join the chorus. A horn entrusted to the Muggles as but one of these works. If you would have my aid, you must wield an instrument worthy of calling upon my kind. I believe this horn will do nicely. An instrument to summon a dragon. That is good, Koopa. No one has ever praised something I've made. This feeling is better than eating 3 Koopa nuts at once. 3 Koopa nuts at once, huh? Gotta love these Muggles. I apologize. I apologize. I got a little carried away. No, where are we? Oh, yes. Oh, way off. Allow me to escort you to Barley's. Bitch, woman, palm error. Okay. Let's get recognized, shall we? Or friendly. Let's get friendly. With the Muggles. And then I believe we can do, it's like 3 to get the 3 of the dailies to get caught up. I think that is what it will be. Now this is what I envisioned when Moxon spoke of dragons. I applaud your success, my friend. Though I did not doubt for you for a second. Moxon certainly seems to be in high spirits, higher than usual. Even did your meeting with WF go that well? Sure. It went splendidly. Ah, now I see. My dear Moxon, how does it feel to labor over your creation, to pour every ounce of your vim and brio into it, and for that effort to be recognized and earn you accolades? Tell me true, can you think of aught better? No, I can't, Koopabo. This is even more thrilling than when I tricked Monk up. Haha! Now you understand why we crafters slave away for art. Yes, for I dare say you are now much as a crafter as Zelda or myself. Still, do not think your journey over ready. You have much to learn, and yet in the way of technique. Me, crafter Koopa? I don't know what to say, except that I'll try my utmost not to disappoint. And you must be Wayaf, whose trial spurred Mogson's growth. I am Terracin, and I offer my humble greetings and thanks. Well then, shall we begin? For perhaps the first time in 1,000 years, man and dragon shall work together to build, not destroy. Though I'm too young to have known the peace our ancestors once shared, I am honored to work alongside you. May our bonds be strengthened through our labor. And let's take, perception. I guess. So pretty. Got the walls done. Thanks to your efforts, the outer walls of Barley's have been restored. Continue to assist in the Moglinders to see the repair of the plaza completed. Yeah, let's do it. Let's go. And we get friendly. Yep, okay. 3 additional quests from our buddy. Mog 2. So we'll have this one, and then we'll get 3 more afterwards. Cool. Alright. And now, we're paladining up. 'cause we gotta go see the Vanu. Grab off his spines, you clowns. And over here. Alright. And down. What do the Vanu have for us today, I wonder? Linu's lovely bones. Zelda, many from Zelda, many from Zelda come to share in Vanu Valley, and any Vanu's wisdom, like trees and grove, our roots become more entwined with each passing day. Vanu shares the secrets of Gundu botany, and Inu spends long hours exchanging advice with Zundu cloud fishers. Linu swells with pride at success of village, but shame still nags at her like a single midge buzzing in the air. If she cannot perform Sundrop dance in heat of battle, then she is no more use to village than newborn hatchling. But there was some time for self-pity. Vanu Valley's friend from Okezundu tells an intriguing story around cooking fires. While delivering tribute to Gundu, Vanu's friend noticed this group mercilessly beating Vanu wearing Gundu colors. Another Gundu approaches the group shouting no more violence, but the Gundu mock his pleas and chase him from the village. Vanu Valley was an old friend, Ginu Vanu, who says the same thing ever since nestling days. Zelda, we must help him before he faces punishment for his words. Zelda does not fear violent Bundu use. Please come to Bundu, okay, Windu. And with Linu Valley, with Zelda's help, we can bring back friends. We can bring friends safely to Okezundu Naki. Well, let's do it. Let's get your friend. Let's go get her friend, shall we? Oh, I missed a summoning stone. That'll be useful to remember for later. All of us got like, what? Did I miss a quest? What? I was getting worried, chat. Check on my new poem. Fly off all the way across the frickin' map. Jeez. Linu sees no Vundu patrolling the area, but we must act quickly. Like storm during monsoon season, they're never far away. Here, take bones of Sanawa, Zelda. Linu carves mark only her and Ginu Vanu recognize. With Ginu sees mark, he knows that Linu comes to rescue him. Place bones throughout. Okay, Vundu, okay, Bundu. And trail leading to hiding spot that he follows. Ginu Vanu spends many moons under brutal rule of Vundu, and he may fear consequences of being captured. But when Linu Valley tells him of Okezundu, the promise of a new home gives him courage to come with us. Zelda placed his bone around Bundu okay Bindu and guide Ginuvanu back west. Minuvali keeps watch for any Bundu patrols. Will do. So we have to place one here. Place one here. And then we run and 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 run. And one here. Q. And one here. And there's the fourth one. And the last one. Alright, now let's go report back. Bones guide Ginuvana to us. Now we wait. Gunda rebels surrender or else. As Evelina scares easily as nothing whilst in dark. When Ginu sees marks on bones, he knows his raid is come. Ginu, to meet again brings Linu great joy. He looks healthy as crops after nourishing spring rain. Linu flees along with Undergundu and this Nibiling rescues us from capture. Thanks to her help, tribe receives gift from Zundu, a new island to call home. Ginuvana returned to us to Zungundu Naki and share knowledge of Gundu carpentry to make our modest village grand. Do not fear, Zelda guides us safely back. If Ginu says no, he is more foolish than Banu, who plants seeds during drought. No matter how modest village is, it's surely preferable to live in suffering longer under Gundu abuse. A Gundu patrol. Quickly hide before they pluck our feathers and throw us in sky cages. Wait, Ginu practice sundrop dance. Day and night, and now the time comes to prove herself. The Bundu look fierce, and Linu cannot help to strike fear into their hearts without inspiration. Zelda, show Linu the dance of your tribe. Rouse Linu's strength with your mighty dance, and we will see the Bundu fleeing quickly. She wants us to dance. Slash dance. Linu feels the warrior spirit within her, coursing through her entire body. Now, Zelda, witness the awesome power of Linu Valley's dance. All right, let's watch. Let's see it. Ah, she did it. She did it. Good job, Lena. Ha ha, they run like cowardly Corrigans. Seldom dance reawakens Lino Valley's fierce ferocity and brings forth true might of her sundrop dance. Come, come, let us return to OK Zunda and speak with Son Ovana before patrol returns. And we need to go all the way back across the map. Fortunately, there is a teleporter. Yay! Chief Sonu, today Linovani brings before you Girivanu, greatest builder of the Gundu tribe. It's your friend. Ah, Ninivanu tells stories of great Gundu architecture, and today a renowned builder stands before us. Sonu has much interest in hearing Girivanu's wisdom. Ah, Sonu apologizes for his interruption. Forgive me, Chief Sonu. There's no need for apologies. Like the most precious of crystals, Gundu culture possesses many facets. Also do have much to look forward to as our tribes grow closer. And just like that, we have our tribes all set up to be in sync with each other again. Yay! Okay, Gondunaki is alive with the sound of celebration, and Luna loud and finally dances like skies on clear summer day. She is free from worry. Occasion calls her a hearty feast. Lunu Valley eats until stomach can hold no more, and the breakfast dance until sun itself smiles in approval. Alas, okay, Gondunaki still lacks a leader, a strong chief. Brother is yet trapped in Sky Cage, hanging somewhere in vast cloud sea. Though brother's whereabouts remain a mystery, Lunu Valley swears to find him one day. Zelda, when that day comes, the Gundu may call upon your aid once more? Indeed. They started construction on the chiefs first. Get a rank up. New stuff. New societies quests. And more layers. Alright. So we just need to get 3 of these, and then we'll be caught up with the boss, and then we can continue on. And we got an ad coming up in a couple of minutes. So we'll go ahead and let that play, and we'll be back for the rest of the combat related content after the ad. BRB. Alright, we are back, we are back. Now we've gotten the Moogles and the Vanu done. Now let us get all of the unlocks that are not raid related or dungeon related. First of all, we are going to unlock the Stone Sky Sea. Now, Stone Sky Sea starts here in Heavensward, and every expansion thereafter you get kind of a version of this quest. What it is, well, we'll see when we get there. I won't explain before they explain it to us in game. But let's just see. Let's just unlock it first. Car, I know you. You're one of them half-minded adventurers who roams about, picking fights with gods and every bugger else. Well met, well met. Love your work. But you're just one of them pack-crazed killers, am I right? Else, for all I know, there might be the ones that do the work while you share in the credit. Now, killer, don't take it personally or nothing, but I've seen it before. When it's all blood and shite and explosions, it can be hard to tell if you're pulling your weight. That's why we've been training up in Stone Sky Sea. Don't let the daft name fool you. It's a proper training ground where fighting folk like me and you can go refine our killing prowess. If you've never been, go look for the goodly fella out past the Black Bridge. He'll tell you the rest. You won't regret it. Alright, let's go find this person and see what all the fuss is about. Dun, 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 dun. Yes, East side. Let's go talk to the goodly adventurer. You there, good madam. You look like you enjoy bathing in the blood of your enemies. Have you perchance heard about Stone Sky Sea? You see, as part of an initiative to reduce the number of disputes, the Adventurers Guild has been forced to arbitrate between members who accuse their comrades of not contributing sufficiently to let me try again. She who fights with strength of stone, unyielding, breathes deep of boundless sky, and embraces serenity of rolling sea, against her none can stand. Sorry, that's what the Doman fellow told me to say. Don't quite understand it myself, but he seemed to think it was all very clever. Right, so in essence, we've got these ridiculous contraptions that you attack in whatever manner you deem fit. Each is supposedly tailored to the strength of some legendary beast or being some madman decided to challenge once upon a time. Speaking of which, I believe one should be dropping in right about now. Stone Sky Sea. Yeah, let's go. That's pretty epic for a trading dummy. I ain't gonna lie. It's pretty epic for a trading dummy. Apparently the first time I dropped one of those, it was an accident. The trainers loved it so much, they started doing it all the time, though. Right, so each is tailored to the strength of a legendary fiend. The idea being that if you can defeat the dummy, you can defeat the fiend. In principle, that is. Dummies don't hit back, after all. But who gives a fig about any of that? I nearly forgot the best part. It's free! Yep. So, Essentially, what these guys are is, well, we now have access to Southern Sky Sea. The trading ground can be accessed by speaking with the Goodly Adventurer outside Edelshire. Let's go talk to him, and let's go in, and you see we got Stone Sky Ski, we got basic trading. Well, we won't go in there, but basically what this is you go in and you do you challenge a fight, essentially. And if you can defeat the fight, you are more or less sure that, assuming you know the mechanics, you can defeat the encounter. So these are training grounds for things like savages and extremes and ultimates and stuff like that. Really cool, really cool. Not a DPS meter, but basically, if you can defeat the training dummy, you've got a reasonable shot that you can make it through the encounter you're looking to do. All right, so that is Stone Sky Sea. The next thing we want to do is elite marks. Do we have elite marks? I need to make sure. I know I got 3 of them. Let's go. Got night. And let's check the hunt board. Let's see if we've done this one already. Okay, we do have the elite. So we don't need to do that one. Cool. We don't have to touch hunts until the next one. Allied societies are fine. We do need to unlock the Imperium, which is the housing district. And before we unlock that, I do need to use the restroom, so I will BRB. Alright, I am back. Let's go ahead and unlock Imperium. Now, technically, this was introduced in Shadowbringers, but we're not too worried about getting things because we're no longer patch locked. So, yay! Let's go ascend. Ah, Zelda, I've been waiting your return. You see, after you helped bring an end to the Dragon Song War, we've striven to rebuild the city. Uh-huh. And thanks to the assistance of countless craftsmen, our efforts to restore the firmament to its former glory are finally complete. In fact, Halcyon assembled a team of masons so skilled and efficient that they were able to finish the construction of an entirely new quarter. Its name is Imperium, and is created to serve as a residential district for adventurers from across the realm. No amount of description can truly convey its splendor, so I've asked Tomoman to escort you there, that you might see for yourself. Seek him out in the broom when you have a moment. Well, let's go see the man. Well, let's see this cold place. So cold. Oh my, 'tis the savior of Ishgard. Perchance you have an interest in Imperium? If so, say no more. I shall escort you there myself. If you're not, the herald will surely be happy to answer any questions you may have. Yes, let's go. Well, it certainly has the Gothic architecture that is very, very reminiscent of Ishgard. And of course, we've got a nice big touch of Helone. The Fury. Welcome to Imperium. As our restoration efforts progress, they eventually expanded to include the construction of this little taste of heavens on earth. We are indebted to countless adventurers such as yourself who helped bring about an end to the Dragon Song War, and as thanks, we wish to provide a space for you to call home here in Ishgard. Of course, we will require a nominal fee for any plots of land or apartments you purchase, but know that your guild will help us rebuild bigger and better than before. Sorry. While it is nice, I am thinking of somewhere a little further east, let's say. If you would like to hear more, please speak with the resident caretaker for further assistance. And let's go back to the Aetheryte Plaza. Check. So Zelda, what do you think of Imperium? I do hope it was your liking. Yeah, it's okay. Not my taste, but, you know, it's somebody's taste. Given that our borders were closed for so long, I'm worried that outsiders such as yourself might take an interest in this new district. But know that it is our sincerest wish that you and other noble souls will consider making Ishgard your new home. And with that, we have Imperium unlocked. Alright, yes. Yep. And we can access it like before through the Aetheryte. Okay. So the emotes, Sun Drop Dance, and Moogle Dance, and Moonlift will not be available until we complete the tribal quests. So we'll skip those for now. Collectibles. Alright, so let us swap over to to one of our crafters. Carpenter, let's say. And we need to go and speak to Literana. And we need to do that in Mordona. To Evidence Toe. Alright. Let's go talk to Literata. Go west, craftsman. Mayhap you've heard that Rowena's House of Splinters is expanding its operations. I'm proud to say that these rumors are true. We've established a place in Idyllshire, far to the west in the Dravanian hinterlands. Should you find yourself passing through, it may be prudent to introduce yourself to our representatives. Present this letter to them, and they will know you for one of our suppliers. All the way back to Dravania, here we go. Da, 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 da. Begging your pardons, miss, but I haven't got the time to chat right now. I come bearing a letter. One of my little sister suppliers, eh? Well, now that's different. We now have access to scripts. Oh, it's gonna get real now, chat. Pleased to make your acquaintance. As you can see, the house has come to Idyllshire, and we've only just gotten started. It is our hope that, with the help of hard-working folk like yourself, it won't be long before we're the center of trade in these parts. We'll do it by becoming the premier source of collectibles. Bring us whatever you got, and we'll pay you fair value in scripts. May this be the beginning of a long, prosperous relationship. Yes! Give me the scripts, baby! Let's go! We can now trade collectibles. Exchange scripts to get cool shit. Alright. So now, arms wide open, we can do another crafting mechanic, and that is custom deliveries. Well, that ain't one of our most reliable collectors. Got anything good for us today? Actually, hold that thought. Just remember that I've got something for you. For a change, a favor task. You wouldn't happen to know a girl by the name of Zoe Eliupo, would you? Sweet little thing, born into poverty. She worked her tail off for my sister until she paid off every last gil of her family's debts. Recently, she struck out on her own, picking out a former corner of the hard place to run her own shop. Girl's got a nose for coin that's a match for anyone in the realm, but she can also be a bit scatterbrained, which is what's keeping us up at night. We'd like nothing more than to stick by her side until she gets her new operation off the ground, but needless to say, we've got plenty of on our own plates. That's where you come in. So what do you say? Think you could pay Zoe a visit and see the girls making ends meet? It'd mean a whole lot to Rowena and me. Sure, we'll do that. Let's go talk to Zoe. Custom deliveries is a weekly thing. We can turn in 6 of the custom deliveries per week. And then when we reach a certain milestone, we'll rank up with her. And once we're fully ranked up, then we can kind of farm her weekly for scripts and as well as in addition to turning in collectibles to the script exchanges. Of course, I'll be doing all that crafty stuff off screen. Why, yes, I'm Zoe Alipo. However, did you know I am famous? That's so exciting. Well, somewhat terrifying, but most certainly exciting. Oh, but pray tell, whoever might you be? And there's a little storyline here. So I won't do the storyline until we get on camera. Mistress Gimelona said you look for me. Why, how sweet of her to ask, and you to come, of course. Speaking of sweets, have you tried Karag's pineapple pudding? It's so smooth and sensuous. And but where was I? Yeah, spinning the scatterbrain. Oh, of course, I'm doing quite well. Thank you for asking. Cute cat girl. Well, the loan I took out from Mistress Rowena, I rented out a room here in the cellars of the Hard Place. Can you guess what I'm using it for? Actually, let me just tell you, I'm running an orphanage. I call it in his arms because it's like she's holding orphans to keep them safe in her arms. Get it? Yep. I got the metaphor. I'm still new to this, but I've already learned so much. For one thing, running an orphanage is really expensive. So I had to skip on a few luxuries, food, clothing, and the like. Why, the last thing I ate was Atakarada's pineapple pudding, and I had to make a single bowl last week. It was a rather large bowl, mind you, but still. This isn't about me, it's about the children and everything I could be doing for them. If only I had more gil in my coffers. Don't worry though, Slowly has a plan. What sort of plan, you ask? We're looking at it. You're looking at it. I've started my trading business right here in this little corner of the Hard Place. I acquire rare treasures and relics from the realm over and sell them to wealthy collectors for princely sums. Oh, and if only I could marry a prince, all my worries would be... Wait, what are we talking about? Oh, she's like me on a good day. What's in it for my suppliers, you ask? I was just getting to that, seeing as now I'm on such good terms with Mistress Rowena, you see. I was thinking I could pay them back in scripts. They could spend it at the House of Splendors. I haven't actually asked yet, of course. I'm sure she'll say yes. Did I mention that we were really, really good friends? You know a thing about crafting, too. I knew this was Loey's lucky day. Almost lucky as the day when that nice old man paid 10 times what his stone was worth. A whole 100 gil. Just because I reminded him of his granddaughter. And well, what do you say? Can you use Loey's #1 procurement specialist? You'll do it, won't you? For the children? For the children. Oh, you're the best. The absolute best. I knew the moment I saw your face. With you on my side, Loey's House of Almost Splendors will... I'm still working on the name. Will be turning a profit in no time. And Infina's arms will spread wide to hold every poor orphan in a loving embrace. Anyhow, let's make this official. Zelda, was it? Chloe is so looking forward to doing business with you. Indeed. Did I say that for every collectible ring we all pay you in scripts, redeemable at Renewy's House of Splendors? I did. Good. Because that's exactly what I'll be doing, provided Rowena approves, of course, which she will, I promise. I'm sure she will. She's such a generous sort. That's how Rowena pays her hard-working employees, after all. No gil, just scripts. Why, I can still remember her counting them out. 1 script, 2 scripts, red scripts, blue scripts. She'll possibly thrill that Slowly's following in her footsteps. I just know it. I see the sparkle of curiosity in your eye. But Slowly, you ask. Without any guilt to your name, however did you purchase food, drink, and other basic essentials of daily life? You weren't wondering that? Well, Slowly will tell you anyway. At Rowena's House of Splendors, you can purchase an enormous flagon of pineapple juice for the low, low price of only 130 scripts. And who needs food when you have pineapple juice? Not Zoe, that's for sure. Pineapples. Oh my God, this woman. This woman. But where were we? Oh, you're probably wondering exactly what sort of treasures I'm looking for. Well, I'll be happy to explain. Zoe has her eyes set on exotic treasures of Near Eastern make and design. Little bird told Zoe that Near Eastern culture is all the rage among Ishgardian nobility these days, and who is loaded to disappoint such potentially generous customers. I'm counting on you, friend, and remember, so are the children. And we'll get blueberries and land traps out of it. Some basic crafting food, nothing to write home about. And we've got the custom deliveries. We would unlock Monago, but we have to progress to Stormblood, I believe, for that one. Yeah, and post Stormblood at that. Alright, so we've gotten collectibles. Alright, so, but I'll show you kind of what we have to do. So we can make 6 deliveries. Above, yep. So basically, there's 2 types of scripts. There is purple scripts and orange scripts. So right now we can only get the purples because well, we're not max level. But the better your so you see here, she will show you different things that we can get for her. We can either craft them, gather them, or fish them. And depending on its collectability, we will get a satisfaction ranking. So no matter what the collectability is, we'll always get 30 satisfaction, at least for now, which will help rank her up. And then as our collectibles get better, we will get more gil. So at base we get 670, then mid is 840, and then 1000, and then we get XP. So we get the same XP no matter how good our craftable is. But you see, as we go up in level, we will get in collectability, we will get more scripts. So base level 94, mid 117, and if we do the best, we get 140 purple crafter scripts or gatherer scripts. All whatever. So cool. We love it, and we cap out at 4,000 of each type of script. But that's basically how that works. We are good to go on that front. All right. So let us change back into a paradigm. That's the Great Global Library hard. Now we need to talk to Disarmed. That's for the raid. Unctuous Adventurer. And this will unlock a very, very important leveling and mechanic. Wondrous Tales. Whoops. Zelda, gods, it's really you. I've heard the songs and tales, but to think the day would come that I would meet you in the flesh. Whatever I've done to deserve such an honor. Trat, of all the days to forget my polish my armor. She must think I'm a total. Trat, of all the times to forget to polish my armor, she must think I'm a total bumpkin. But wait, dare I ask? No, I dared to impose on such a hero. Oh, but What is harm in trying? Yes, I must try. You see, I am in a bit of a bind, a pickle, if you will. You see, I've just taken on a task of sorts, a task far, far beyond the abilities of a two-gill greenhorn myself. But you, yes, a realm-renowned hero like you could tackle this monumental task in your sleep, blindfolded and with both arms and a leg tied behind your back. So you do it for me, yes? Wonderful. Just head over to Ruina's and tell Chloe Polly you're here to help. Alright, we'll talk to, did I say Chloe Polly? And I meant Chloe Aliapo. And that isn't my silly little nickname for her, and I certainly haven't been frequenting her shop every day for the past few moons. And that ever so cute little smile might brighten and my dark and dreary days. But I've blabbered on enough, haven't I? Ta-ta. Let's go talk to Chloe. But we'll do so after the edge. BRB. And we are back. Alright, let's talk to Chloe and get our reward. Oh, she's such a cute little baby cat girl. Oh my gosh, what a cute little girl. Hey there, lady, I'm Chloe. Chloe's Alifa, and who might you be? I'm Zelda. Zelda Hime? The Zelda Hime? From all the stories? Wow, you're like a legend, a real living and breathing legend. This is so exciting. Did I tell you I love stories? Well, I do. Not just listening to them. I'm pretty good at telling them, too. I have this friend whose mommy and daddy went away and never came back. And she gets lonely and cries sometimes, so tell her stories to cheer her up. That's right, stories of brave adventurers like you. She likes my stories. She stops crying and even starts smiling and laughing. Seeing her happy face makes me happy too. But lately she's been staring off into space again. It must be my fault. I bet all my stories are starting to sound the same. But then I had an idea. Do you know what it is? I'll ask great adventurers like you to tell me your stories, and then I'll put them together to make new stories of my own. It's a really great idea, right? Tell me you think so too? I do. It is a fantastic thing. And there, of course, goes Rowena. Rowena checking in. So you will help me. Rowena gives me all sorts of things when I work hard. So if you do this for me, I can give you some of them to you. What sort of things? Well, cone stones for one, and well, all kinds of other special stuff. But not my mandragora pin. That's all mine. So do me a favor, remember? All your best stories and write them in this notebook here. I call it Chloe's Wondrous Tales. Because I have a tail and, well, tales. Get it? Yeah, you're very clever. Very clever and precocious young girl. Every time your stories help me come up with a new tale of my own, I'll give you a present. It'll be a lot of fun for both of us, don't you think? Thanks, Zelda. And by the way, you're even cuter than I pictured you from the stories. Tee-hee. Alright. Wondrous Tales. So you get so you can get one book a week. Well, on the Wondrous Tales, henceforth you can share your tales of heroism and daring do for the chance of earning valuable rewards. To begin, you'll want to obtain a Wondrous Tales journal from Chloe Aliopo. In addition to the one you just received, a new journal will be made available every week. Within the journal is a card with 16 squares, 4 columns, and 4 rows, each representing a certain quest or duty, or a category of the same. Triumph in the corresponding adventure, and a square will be marked off. You can mark up to 9 squares on a single card. Complete the conditions described within, for example, marking off 9 squares, marking off 4 squares in a row, and so forth, and deliver your marked journal to Chloe Aliopo, and the story-loving Mikote child will reward you accordingly. To view objectives and see which squares you marked off, as well as the reward conditions and time limits, you need only to use a journal from the key items menu. A new journal will be available from Chloe Aliopo every week on Tuesday at 1 a.m. Earth Time. Happy adventuring! Alright. So, she gives us a journal, I believe. Yes. So let's take a look at that. So, here is how this works. So, just like the quest text said, we have a square of 4 rows, 4 columns. So, 16 in total. But what we have to do is we have to do any of these. So, you can see we can do level 1 to 49 dungeons, 50 dungeons, 51 to 59 dungeons, or level 6 dungeons. All of these, no matter what, are kind of synced to your level as a character and what you have access to. So currently we only have access to ARR and Heavensward stuff, so that is what it'll show us. Once we complete one of these, we earn a sticker. And when we use said sticker, it will randomly give us a sticker that fills in one of these things. Now, our goal is to get 9 seals, and for those 9 seals, we can either get a platinum piece for some gil, or, and this is what I usually like to do, we can get 500 tomestones, and we'll get some experience. And that experience is basically tied to how high a level you are. So the higher the level you are, the more experience you will get. So you select one of these, the experience is guaranteed. So you want to kind of turn in your book when you have, before the time limit, of course, which is 2 weeks. You have 2 weeks to complete a book, but you can get 1 book a week. I know, little mismatch there, but you know they want to give you time to do it. But we want to get as you want to get as much spirit experience as possible. So right now I'm on a paladin. So it would give. So if I completed this book, right now I would get 9,131,500 experience, or roughly enough to get half a level. So these are guaranteed. We can select one of these. I usually go for the poetics unless I have nothing to spend them on, but I have lots of things to spend them on. Now, we can either get 1, 2, or 3 lines, and this is basically luck based. But if we can get 1 line, we can either get a MGP gold card or a bronze certificate of commendation. Usually you want to go for the certificates because you can trade them in for cool glamour and mounts and minions and all kinds of cool stuff. But and this is true for each one. So this would get 2 platinum cards. This would give us 20 platinum cards. So we could really max out our MGP here to spend at the gold saucer. It's also pretty good. But this we would get a bronze, silver, or gold certificate. 3 lines is really hard to get. Really, really hard to get. But, it is a possibility, but it's really rare. I've usually only been able to get to like 1 or 2 lines each week when I've done it. But the more lines you get, and they can be either horizontal, vertical, or diagonal, from our 9 seals, we would be able to choose one of these rewards. We also can get second chance points as we level up. So each thing that we do when we are in a party that has new members, we can get second chance points, and we can have a maximum of 9, and we can spend them to do kind of either to retry a duty, or we can use 2 points to shuffle where our seals are, so we can kind of get a better chance of getting a line or 2 or 3. But that's how that works. All right, so that is so all of these now are dungeon or trial related. So now we need to go at unlock Ishgard Restoration. Now I did decide that we are not going to use Ishgard Restoration for leveling, for power leveling our crafters and gatherers. I'll kind of do that for once we complete Endwalker, we'll unlock moon crafting, and we'll do whatever we can do for our crafters there. Just because it's just going to be way more efficient of a thing than going through Ishgard Restoration, because we'll have to craft and gather all our stuff. But we will see what we can do with this here. So let's open that in the background. Alright, towards the firmament, let's go. The notice reads, workers sought for the firmament reconstruction project. In smaller letters it continues. Let it be known that large-scale reconstruction works aimed at revitalizing the Holy See of Ishgard have been approved by the Houses of Lords and Commons. Selected as the principal site for the project is the Firmament District, which sustained extensive damage during the war. Willing and able hands are now sought to contribute to the reconstruction effort, regardless of birth and origin. From those skilled in gathering from the land to those adept at creating with their hands, the project's needs are great and diverse. Contributions will not go unrewarded. Interested parties are invited to present themselves in the firmament. According to the note at the bottom of the notice, a man named Thomelin in the brim will show you to the district. So this is what preceded on the Imperium district. So we had to rebuild the firmament. And by rebuilding the firmament, we were able to get the Imperium. And this is a chain, so we have quite a bit of things to work on. And this actually came out in 5.11. And there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15 quests in this quest line. Yay! Content. Well met, friend. Answering the call of the firmament, are you? Wonderful, wonderful. Wait, I know you. You're the savior of Ishgard. Are you saying that you would contribute to the reconstruction project? I'm ready and willing. To think that the fabled hero such as you would help rebuild our city. We're grateful beyond words. That is, just one trifling matter. Do you perchance possess a work permit? There's a requirement for non-Ishgardians, you see. No. Is that so? As I recall, you're a Waterhouse work home, in which case perhaps an exception can be made. Alas, I don't have the authority to make such a decision. Well, I do, and I believe the permit can be overlooked in her case. Hello, Francel. Lord Overseer, that you should grace us again. Greetings, my friend. It's been quite a while indeed. I shouldn't be surprised if you have forgotten me. Of course I haven't forgotten you. You're Francel. Although, it would, because this was released in 5.11, well, let's just say it would have been a long time between when you saved him back in post-AR. So, some may have indeed forgotten him. Honored that I am, you should remember me. Much more has happened since we first met, not least of all the war's end and Ishgard's transformation. Feels like an age ago that you and Lord Horsefont saved me from an heretic's fate. R.I.P. Horsefont. You have proven your worth to me then. Even so, little did I expect that you would go on to save our entire nation. You are a hero to us all, and no amount of words could express my gratitude. No, only through action could I begin to repay the debt. Thus did I resolve to do my part for Ishgard, that I might honor those noble souls who risked life and limb to protect the nation, such as you and Lord Horsefont. You're welcome. And so, when an overseer was being sought for the restoration project, I put forth my candidacy as a representative of my house. Our workshops and engineers can be put to good use, I reasoned. It was by no means unanimous, but the Fury saw fit to see me elected to the office. Honored am I for this opportunity to serve the nation and to redeem House Alienar's good name. Owing to the contributions of artisans hailing from far and wide, we have accomplished our goal for rebuilding the district. However, we are still short-handed in the area of administration, on account of which I have been performing such odd tasks as I could. Which brings me here today. As a matter of fact, I am about to go and survey our citizens in order to learn what they envision for the firmament. If you can spare a moment, might I have the pleasure of your company? Well, traveled as you are, your opinion would be of great interest to me, and I believe folk would be more than willing to share their thoughts with you. Sure. You got my gratitude. Without further ado, then let us take ourselves to the Jeweled Crozier. We're bound to find a diverse assortment of people there. Alright, let's go to the Crozier. We do it for the content. Joint Council surveys passerby to learn their opinion of the firmament. As the survey may take several minutes, you may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. Yep, this was something that came up in a mechanic that came up in Shadowbringers. It's Hilda and her buddies. Well, well, I come to get supplies for the watch, and what should I find but a familiar face? And if that ain't a pretty lad you've got with you, Zelda, and a high-born one besides, you've done well for yourself. You know, me, I always aim high. I do. I'm teasing is all, and he wrote, "It's good to see you, my friend. What brings you here?" Lady Hilda, your reputation precedes you. As you may be aware, approval was recently passed for the restoration of the firmament in order to build a district that best serves its residents. We know what good citizens such as yourself envision for it. Will you not share with us your thoughts? Ah, so you're the one they appointed overseer. Well then, you won't mind if I speak freely. Now this ain't hardly revolutionary, but I want the firmament to be a place where you can make an honest living. Where if a man works hard enough, he can have a roof over his head and food in his belly. Aye, it might be as the war's over, but for a lot of us, the struggle continues. Same as before, the sort of struggle blue bloods will never know. Remember, Ishgard don't belong only to the high and holy now. If the nations prosper, all our citizens need to prosper. Well, we must be getting on, but if you need a guard, feel free to send word. If the coin's fair, I reckon we can come to an arrangement. Later, Hilda. It's Briarden! Ah, that there is Lord Briarden. I had heard that he was traveling the realm in his capacity as a consulting inspector, but it appears he has returned to Ishgard. But your good self, he is a well-traveled individual, and I should like to inquire after his opinion. Do you suppose we could beg a moment of his time? Yeah. We meet again, Inspector. Well, a visit of Zelda. Did not expect to see you here. Busy as you have supposedly been of late. Lord Briarden, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Francel de Helionart, and I have the honor of overseeing the reconstruction of the firmament. It is known that you are intimately familiar with all the city-states of Eorzea, and I would be much obliged for your insights. In your expert opinion, what is the one thing you believe the firmament needs most? If the district is to thrive, then it must have a thriving economy. As I have often observed in my travels, the flow of goods and people is the lifeblood to the city and should be encouraged. Ishgard has long been insular, but their recent changes present a great opportunity. Given the right planning, I'm hopeful that ours may become a nation where noted citizen lives in want. I bid you the very best in your endeavors, and should you have need of my investigative prowess, do not hesitate to call upon me, by your leave. Ah, one other matter. So, how fares your dim-witted friend? Still living his charmed life, no doubt? Somehow managing to solve cases despite his bumbling? Yeah. Actually, let us not speak of the imbecile. I feel my intellect draining away to simply think about him. Later, Briarden. Oh no. Oh there, old boy. let's get him back. Zelda, I was wondering when you noticed me. Ever a pleasure to see you, old girl. Don't call me that. And if it isn't my dear Lord Francel, how bears our lovely sister? Should perchance spoken of me of late? If Laniette has spoken of you, I fear it has not been in our conversations. Yeah, you're forever friend zone, dude. Now, if I may change the subject, Lord of Manalaine, you will have heard that the restoration of the firmament has commenced. Is there aught that you might envision, that you envision for the district? What I envision? I can't say I've given it much thought. Well, what with the war finally come to an end, what is in order, if not festivities? Yes, make the firmament into a festive place, I say. A chance where one and all may engage in revelry each and every day. Beg pardons, my lord, but I believe Lord Francel seeks something more specific and I dare say constructive. No, the advice comes from the heart, and I shall take it to heart. You have my gratitude, Lord of Manalaine. Always a pleasure to aid a fellow man. Now then, we must be on our way. Take care, Zelda, and don't do anything I wouldn't do. Which is everything. Oh, and Lord Francel, do send my fondest regards to your sister. Tell her how very helpful I was. Yes, that is good. Yeah, you're never getting with Laniette. Never, ever. Well, I dare say we spoke with enough people. Shall we conclude the surveying and review what we learned? Thanks to your presence, we were able to hear a diverse variety of opinions. Each one has merit. The question is whether the visions can be made reality. No, such pessimism will not serve. I must have faith and try my earnest best. Now then, for all this talk of the firmament, you haven't even seen it, have you? Would you care to inspect it with me? I'll be there for a while hence, so please join me at your leisure. Summerlin, by the entrance, will show you to the district. Oh, when you see the man, would you mind giving him this? It is bone-chilling work, standing there as he does, and it's a little something to keep him warm. Just a thoughtful man. I could as easily handed him, to be sure, but it would be all the more warming coming from the savior of Ishgard. With that, I shall go on ahead. See you in the firmament, my friend. Let's go deliver the wine. Of course, this will unlock both the firmament and the diadem. Which are fun times. So the idea was the firmament is where you did your crafting, and the diadem is where you did your gathering. And when you went to the diadem, you gathered stuff you needed for your crafting. You could also buy it on the market board, but it's exorbitantly expensive. Well, come back, my lady. Will you be heading to the firmament? Yes, but I was asked to give you some mulled wine. Chilly out, isn't it? And the Lord Overseer say he truly is so kind. Before I began working under Lord Francel, I thought as little of highborns as I assumed they thought of us as commoners. But my Lord not only treats everyone as equals, he shows kindness to everyone. And to receive this gift from the hands of Savior of Ishgard himself, I am touched beyond words. Thank you, my lady. I shall enjoy the wine when I find a quiet moment. Now then, I believe Lord Francel is expecting you in the firmament. Just say the word and I'll show you through. Let's go. And here we are in the firmament. So let's go ahead and end the quest with Francel, and then we'll take a little tour. There you are, Zelda. I bid you welcome to the firmament. As you can see, the rebuilding itself is complete, but this is the beginning, however. We must now return our attention to the running of the district. We have much more to do, but speaking to the people has set the fire to my determination. I want to make the firmament into a vibrant, thriving district where highborn and lowborn alike may live side by side in harmony. Yet I would be lying if were I to say the task does not daunt me. There is a limit to what I can achieve, especially given House Halienarch's diminished influence. Have I come at a bad time? Ah, Lord Edmond. Count Edmund. To what do we owe the honor? Lest you forget, I am the Count de Fortin no more, just a retired old man. As for my presence here, Emmanuel reported that Zelda was in his garden. I thought I would make a social call. You will forgive my eavesdropping, but it seems the reconstruction project is not immune to the uncertainty that is accompanying our nation's transition to a republic. Zelda, I am given to understand that the other nations have established residential districts for adventure use. Is this true? Yes, I have a house in one. This is true in my name, so I'm just going to say it here. There are districts specifically for adventurer use, and you possess an abode in one such place. I should like to pay a visit one day, my friend. The truth is, our nation is divided by a gulf. While the redistribution of wealth may go some ways toward closing this gulf, it will not lead to true independence for the masses. We must ask ourselves, in this new age in which we live, what role should each one of us play? In pondering this dilemma, I believe that we may draw inspiration from adventurers and their independent lives. Independent lives, if we were to translate this into the affirmative, might it not presume that the form of self-administration? It seems you found a spark, in which case this old man's ramblings have served their purpose. I shall pray for your success, Lord President. Your words are sort of beacon in the dark, my lord. Thank you. Well, Zelda, you seem to be occupied at present, so I will leave you to your tasks. But when next we meet, I hope to be regaled with your recent adventures. As ever, our Fortin's manor is at your disposal should you need a rest. Thank you, Daddy Fortin. You done talking, Francel? Because I'm itching to meet your hero, friend. Yes, forgive me for the wait. So, permit me to introduce you to Augbert. Formerly an engineer of our house, he now serves as the project's chief foreman. It is thanks to his leadership on site that I'm able to focus my energies on the administrative aspects of the reconstruction. Francel told me all about you, Zelda. First, you'll save the whole bleeding nation, now you're helping us rebuild it brick by brick. What can I say except it's great to have you on board? If you have any questions about the work, I'd be happy to field them. Just save the tedious stuff like the budget for Francel. Speaking of which, you can spare another moment, my friend. I should like to consult you on some administrative matters. With all the little tasks demanding my time, I cannot always be present on site, but I endeavor to visit as often as possible. I hope to see you often, too. And we get some meat soup. We now have access to firmament. An option has been added to the aetherite. Speak to Augbert so we can know what we can do. Alright, cool. And they have these little fates that pop up. They do help earn some rewards. But this is the firmament. So we've got Coupo of Fortune. This is kind of like a little scratch ticket thing. We can turn in collectibles here, and that is what this place is all about. It is about collectibles. But they give you a special kind of script, which is specifically for the firmament. So, the scripts that we get here, we can't use outside of here. But he appraises our stuff. And we can do some Coupo of Fortune, and that's cool. We got a merchant and mender here. We can purchase a variety of items for a guild, A lot of this is like dyes and things like that. A lot of which we can get elsewhere. We do have a script exchange here. But we don't have any scripts. We do have Ethernet shards, so we can like teleport ourselves anywhere within the firmament zone. Yes, we'll get to Ogbert here in a moment. And then here we can have our stuff that we farm up in the diadem appraised. And here we can go to the diadem, but we need to do things before we can go and do that. Let's talk to Ogbert. Right, Zelda, you're going to understand a little explanation is in order. First thing I want to talk about here is Sky Builder's board. Most of what's written here is for newcomers, though. I reckon it never hurts for even veterans to give it a look from time to time. Besides that, we try to keep a record of our progress today. That might guide us going forward. Now then, let's talk about the work itself. The main thing we need our artisans to do is provide us with the supplies. On that topic, I reckon it's quicker if you speak with that podkin over there. Run along and introduce yourself to her. Let's go to talk to Popkin. Well, this was the quest that did the little tour. Oh well. My lady Zelda, the chief porter mentioned that you'd be helping us. It'd be my pleasure to explain the work to you. Though the reconstruction effort itself is complete, we remain in need of supplies for maintenance and upkeep of the firmament. The items you donate will be put to use building inspection and repair, as well as to provide necessary services to all those who call the district home. Items you wish to donate can be brought to myself. Feel free to ask me anytime about what we seek. Naturally, you'll be rewarded for your contributions. Depending on the item, we present you with an amount in Sky Builder scripts. Oh, and I should mention that we've introduced an initiative to provide an additional incentive and excitement to collaborators, such as yourself. The initiative takes form of a game called the Couple of Fortune. Don't miss this chance to craft adorably large stuffed toys. Permit me to give you a brief overview, which we will do after the ad. BRB. Alright, we are back, we are back, we are back. Alright, so he was explaining to us, turning in stuff and, this Kupo cards, apparently. When you donate certain items to us, you'll receive a stamp upon a voucher. Once you've collected 5 stamps, you may take the voucher to Elizabeth for your chance to win a splendid prize. If you wish to know more, I recommend you speak with Elizabeth herself. If you're interested in Kupo nuts, I'm afraid I cannot assist, but if you're interested in Kupo of Fortune, you've come to the right place, Kupo. If it pleases you, I shall explain how the game works. Upon each of the Kupo Fortune card, there are 4 hexagons, each depicting a treasure chest provided courtesy of our local friends. Playing is simple, you scratch open a chest of your choice. If the chest holds something from first to 4th prize, congratulations, the fabulous item shown on the prize list is yours. But be fairly warned, a ferocious beast lies in wait for hapless treasure hunters. Should you find a griffin instead, you must console yourself with the consolation prize. Now, for some important details. The chest on the left holds only 2nd, 3rd, and 4th prizes, meaning while you cannot win 1st prize, neither is there danger of finding a griffin. The 3 chests on the right, meanwhile, can hold any of the 4 prizes, as well as a griffin, meaning that you have a chance to reap the richest reward, but also may walk away with a paltry prize. Which side you scratch open is entirely your choice. As the prizes are on offer, change each time you play, be sure to cast an eye over the prize list before trying your luck. That concludes the explanation. If you wish to review the rules, I will post the information onto the Skyrules board, so please refer to it at your leisure. Oh, and may I ask if you've been informed about exchanging Sky Swiller scripts? If not, I urge you to seek out any further details. Let's go talk to Amy. Welcome, my lady. You honor us not only with your presence, but your contribution besides. Now, you may have heard that the contributing to the cause earns Sky Builder scripts. These may be brought here to be exchanged for a selection of wares. We endeavor to expand the range of items offered that we might continue to attract contributors. Even now, the reconstruction effort itself has been completed, and there is a ton of good rewards in this. Oh my god. There's a hairstyle in here called the Garibanian Plate. Oh man, I love that hairstyle. Such a good hairstyle. Lots of other good stuff like mounts, minions, orchestrion rolls. Oof. You spend hours and hours and hours farming up the scripts to get all the good stuff in here. It's really, really good. We endeavor to expand the range of items offered that we might continue to attract contributors. Even now, the reconstruction effort itself has been completed. Aside from donating items, you may also earn scripts by bringing materials gathered in the diadem. Have you been informed about these perchance? If not, what Passant will be able to furnish you with the particulars. Meanwhile, I shall look forward to exchanging many scripts for you. Thank you, my lady. Thank you, thank you. My lady Zelda, what an honor. How may I serve you this day? You have a mind to employ your gathering skills for the benefit of the restoration effort, you say. Marvelous, marvelous. I shall be my pleasure to provide you with an explanation of our work. As you are doubtless already aware, the firm's reconstruction demands a veritable mountain of materials. In order to meet this demand, it was decided that we should harness the diadem's abundance of resources. Able gatherers, such as your good self, may venture forth to the Isles and bring back materials to be used in the firmament's reconstruction. Given the nature of the Isles, however, we must make certain that materials found there are not, shall we say, tainted before we put them to use. To that end, we ask that you bring all the items you gather to myself for inspection. To those items that are deemed safe will be returned to you with the seal of approval. Unless you wonder, yes, fish are subject to inspection. By your puzzled expression, I see you struggle to fathom what use the restoration effort has for fish. You see that fish that inhabit the diadem are known to consume unusual things, and through inspection we determine whether a creature holds resources in its belly. Once it's confirmed, you may help yourself to the bounty with a quick spot of desynthesis. Now then, you are surely curious as to what you stand to gain for your troubles in recognition of the dangers of the diadem. We offer Sky Builder scripts by way of recompense. Furthermore, all materials you find are yours to do with as you please, for whether you choose to sell them to crafters or craft them within yourself, they will ultimately benefit the reconstruction. And that concludes my explanation. If you would mind to travel to the diadem for this endeavor, pray present yourself to Lord Arabelle beside me for further information. Ah, my Lady Zelda, you are welcome. Well, I take it you have received an overview of our part in the restoration effort. It should be my pleasure to apprise you of all the details. As you are doubtless aware, the diadem is a land where the aether is in constant flux. This phenomenon gives rise to an ever-changing environment, but there has ever been one constant, is that the Isles have always teemed with savage creatures. Yet, when I recently journeyed there to investigate a change in the ether, what should I find but the population of dangerous fauna has markedly decreased. Never has it been easier to avail ourselves of the diadem's bounty. Seeing the potential for this development to benefit Ishgard, I presented this discovery to our nation's leaders. We wasted no time in designating the Isles as an official foraging ground for the restoration project. And now we seek those versed in the field of foraging to travel to the diadem and bring back resources needed for the firmament's reconstruction. Lest you worry that pickaxes, hatchets, and fishing rods provide poor protection against those creatures that still lurk the Isles, never fear, we have measures to keep our valued volunteers safe. Behold, the aeromatic auger, conceived by none other than my lord brother Stephen. Remember him? He is the dude from the machinist quests. His ingenious contraption is a marvel of personal protection and resource procurement. Permit me to explain. As you know, the Isles of the Diadem are replete with the aether. The auger gradually absorbs it as you go about your foraging. Once you have sufficient ether restored, you may unleash a compressed blast at a hapless speed, and presto, the creature is now a bounty of resources. And there you have it. Armed with the auger, we ask you to gather and bring back resources from the diadem. Could be simpler. But to think that my lord brother's creation could benefit my venture, which in turn serves to aid the efforts of our younger brother, all for the benefit of our nation, how am I to call myself a Halionart? But come, my friend, we mustn't dally while honor and glory await. Let us set forth for the diadem at once, is what I would say, but for the sake of formality, I am required to introduce you to someone. Behold, behind you and across the kitchen, there stands Lord Ludoverate. Hailing from a long line of scholars, the man is a gift for numbers and is charged with tallying skyward sports. If you mind to lend us your procuring prowess, you would do well to speak with him. I see them. Yes, I see them. The threads of fate entwine us, binding us together as strongly as chains of mithril. Long have I waited the coming of one such as you. My apologies, but I am wont to become excited in the presence of peerless artisans. My name is Ludoverate, and I have the honor of tallying skyward scores. And in order to record greater recognition to our collaborators, we have begun keeping records of their contributions to the restoration effort. By donating items that are exceptionally difficult to obtain or craft, you will earn an amount of skyward points. Now that the reconstruction effort itself is over, we've shifted our focus to collecting essential items necessary for daily maintenance and upkeep. As such, I continue to tally accumulated scores for our sky builders. Pass various point thresholds, and it should be a pleasure to reward you with an assortment of gifts as a token of our thanks for your efforts. Should you wish to know our current score at any time, you need only speak with me. If you wish to know more, I would be happy to assist for the sake of good form. However, may I trouble you first to report back to Chief Foreman Ogford. Wow, this music is really grating. So I'm going to mute it for now. Ooh, okay. There you are. I trust you've got a grasp of how things work around here now. And if you need to review something, a Sky Builder's Award is good for that. Say, if you've got a knack for gathering resources, reckon you ought to have a chat with Arabelle. What he has to say is bound to be of interest. And that's all for me for now. I'll let you run along. But let me say this. From a famous hero like you to help us here on the ground, you're a good sort, Zelda. Alright. So, I do think we Okay, so information items required under the restoration gathering log. Took the liberty of verifying your system now counts your accomplished gathering. My pleasure to show you the item. So we've unlocked the diadem. QQ. You may not travel there. We can be up to we can start at level 10. Yes, let us travel. But we must be a minor botanist or fisher. So let's change real quick. We'll go into as our minor. And we will go. And this is a instant zone. We won't be doing any real gathering, but I just want you to kind of see the zone itself. It's a whole bunch of things. Oh my gosh. And we also want to unlock the map here because, well, we got an achievement for it. Hello, Roskar. And we will get an achievement for it. Alright, let us fly. We'll bring up the map. So this is the diadem. You see it is made up of several islands. And on these islands we can gather all of our Ishgardian restoration goodies. It does have weather. So right now it's Humble Flare. And up here you can see as most instant duties, we do have a time limit before we have to leave and come back. But it is a good long amount of time. And you see these little wind mirrors. This is how, if we're going on foot, we can hop from island to island. And yes, we do have to pass over each of these little small islands. It is really annoying. Let's pull this out a little bit. And let us zoom out so we can take in the whole map. And we see up here we've got our compressed etherometer. We can move that down. I'll do that off camera. Because I kind of want that more centrally placed. Well, you know what? Let's do that. So we want to see only our duty stuff. So let us move. There. Where do we want it down here? Yeah, that's a good spot. And let's move the dirty action over there. Yeah, that'll work. Alright, so we gotta fly over this island. So peaceful. I think we can turn the music back on. That fake music was just getting on my nerves. System. Yeah, that's a little less grating after a while. Oh, so peaceful. Once we complete the Ishgard restoration stuff, that will be all for the stream. It's going to be really short, I know, but it's all I really have the energy for today, and we can get into all of the fun raiding and dungeons starting next week. I'm thinking on Tuesday we will do. I think we'll do the. Tuesday, I think we'll do the Alliance. Wednesday, we'll do the normal raid. We'll do Alexander. So Tuesday we'll do we'll do Shadows of Mach, which is the name of the Alliance raid. Tuesday we'll do Monday we'll do Shadows of Mach, which is the Alliance. Tuesday we will do the we'll do Alexander, which is the normal raid, and then on Wednesday we will do the Warring Triad, which is the Trials. And then only thing after that will be dungeons and the job stories, which I will have a lot of time to work on that. Jeez, off camera. I'm thinking I'm going to so normally when I am leveling my plan for leveling my my jobs to 60. My combat jobs. We'll leave off the crafting and gathering stories until after we've unlocked cosmic exploration in Walker. I know it's a long time, but it's fine. We'll be okay. Yeah, Ishgard. Well, I was thinking of doing Ishgard restoration, but we're so close in being 60 anyway that it might not even matter. Because if we take a look at our info here, like we're like 2 levels from 60 on Miner, 4 on Botanist, and 6 on Fisher. And we're already 60 on Carpenter and Blacksmith. And, just doing, like, things like scripts and stuff. I mean, we'll just accumulate levels gradually. So I'm not a whole lot of worried about my crafters and gatherers being leveled. They'll just passively level as I do, like, do some of this content naturally. So I'm not going to be too worried about, you know, going hard at it and like Ishgard Restoration. And then we can finish up anything that we want. And there we go, Map in the Realm diadem. Alright, now that we've gotten that one done, we can leave. And we can continue on. But yeah, we could level up here in the firmament. But nah. The thing is that with this one we have to like go. It takes up a lot of our bag space, and bag space is at a premium, of course. But Cosmic Exploration doesn't use up our backspace, so generally speaking. So it is a lot more resource intensive, and on top of that, we can buy equipment in there. So it is a little bit nicer and better to do Cosmic Exploration. But now that we have gotten the tour of the place and we've seen the diadem and got it mapped out, let's go ahead and complete the chain here. A home in the firmament. Ah, visitors, good Mistress Zelda. Though you may have seen me attending Lord Francel, I have not had the pleasure of introducing myself. I'm his manservant, Volcarno. I would like to offer you my personal thanks for lending your aid to my lord. Yours is an inspiring presence to him. You're welcome. Owing to the collective effort of all involved, the newest nest stands completed, such as my lord's joy. 'Twas as if he were a young boy again. It now seeks to settle folk in the district and is personally reaching out to those citizens who were displaced by the war and the subsequent unrest. About that. Master Albert, by your tone, I take it you harbor some concerns. That I do. Thanks to Francel's encouragement, some folk have already moved into the district. Many more are dragging their feet. To hear the talk, they're afraid that the rent will be too expensive, or that they'll put themselves at the mercy of heartless nobles, and a whole host of other reasons. In order to encourage settlement, the firmament offers various incentives to residents, such as tax relief and employment initiatives. We hope this knowledge has not been sufficiently disseminated to the public. I thought exactly that he's late to return is because he's struggling to win folk over, I'd wager. On that note, Zelda, I was wondering if you mind searching for him to see how he's faring. I too would be grateful were you to look in on my lord. You will find him in the room speaking with the residents, I believe. You got it. And let us go and to the broom. So we can go in and out either by teleporting back to the main Lutherite pedestal or talking to this gentleman. And you see we've got Sky Steel Engineer. This is a little high for us. We need to be level 80, but this unlocks the level 80 Shadowbringers relic for the crafters and gatherers. A little high for us, so we won't be doing it now. There's Francel. Will you not tell me why you do not wish to live in the firmament? What is it that worries you so? Ah, Zelda, you could not have come at a better time. You may have heard that I am in the process of settling citizens in the firmament. While some could not pack their belongings quickly enough, others were proving resistant to the idea, such as Adiane here and her daughter, Noelle. Begging your pardons, but aren't you the savior of Ishgard? It is an honor, my lady. We're grateful for the invitation, we truly are, but we couldn't possibly afford to live in a shiny new district. Even before our home in the Broom was burnt down, we were barely getting by. Besides, given who we are, we don't have the right. In my mind, the firmament is for people such as they are, as they person foremost, who lost their homes to the fires of conflict. Yet if they themselves do not wish it, I cannot well force them to move. We have employment initiatives for residents. Truly, if that's the case, perhaps it's not out of the question for us. Perhaps I should do it. Yes, if not for myself, then for my little girl. All right, I humbly accept. Glad I am right here. I pray to see to your preparations then, and come to the firmament when you are ready. And all it took was a few words from you. You truly hold sway over people, my friend. Of course, such trust comes not overnight. 'Tis the product of your many selfless deeds. Despite being falsely accused of a crime and driven to the ends of the realm, you did not surrender to despair. On the contrary, you dedicated yourself to the plight of others and ultimately guided our war-weary nation upon the path to peace. In some ways, we have walked similar paths, but my struggles are trifling things compared to yours. My name carries not the same weight, and my words have not the same power over the hearts of my fellow men. But the fury take me if I allow the restoration effort to founder on account of my personal failings, the health and happiness of the people are at stake. Therefore I ask you, will you not aid me in the running of the firmament? With you beside me, I feel there is no difficulty I cannot overcome. You didn't answer right this moment? Please take the time to think on it. You agree to aid me then? Words cannot well express my gladness. Thank you. Without further ado, then, I would have you deliver these missives. They are entreaties for cooperation in the restoration effort. Ordinarily, I wouldn't make the delivery myself, but I believe that the recipients would be pleased for your visit. One is Gillibrand, proprietor of the Forgotten Knight, another is Sir Handalip of the Temple Knights, and last but not least, Mistress Eles, our master of the markets. So we gotta teleport around Foundation. Or Ishgard. Yay! While you see to this task, I shall look in on Adiane and her daughter. Let us convene at the firmament afterwards. Right, so the Forgotten Knight is closest, so let's go and do that first. Let us not fall off the edge. Do not fall off the edge, Zelda. Do not fall off the edge. If it isn't Zelda, what can I get you? Well, I've got a missive from Francel. A missive from young Francel. I can only guess how you ended up delivering it, but let's have a look. Dear Gillibrand, I pray this missive finds you well and not bothered overmuch by the old wound. I write with regards to our efforts in the firmament, of which you will most certainly be aware. Of late, we have seen a marked increase in the number of workers on site. We struggle to keep everyone fed. In order to alleviate the strain upon our kitchen, it is hoped you might provide us with a hearty and wholesome provender from your own. Young Francis was always good to back me when I served his house, and I wouldn't refuse him. I'll arrange to have the meals prepared and sent to the firmament at once. You're involved in the restoration then, I take it? Keep an eye out on the lad for me, will you? You got it. Now let's go talk to Handalip. Knights most heavenly. Well met, Zelda, to what do I owe the honor this day? I've got a message here from Francel. A missive from Lord Francel, you say? Sir Andalou, my thanks for your unflagging dedication to pursuing the peace in the Holy See. I write to you as overseer in the Firmament Reconstruction Project in order to officially treat the cooperation of the Temple Knights. The project's need for able hands will only grow, and it is my hope that the Order might be in the middle to dispatching a contingent of engineers to assist in our efforts. For the prosperity of our nation, I thank you for your kind consideration. I see, though I am not the authority alone to decide, I for one should be glad if it were our order to lend help in what help we may. I shall do my utmost to see that Lord Francel has his engineers. Truth to tell, I have a personal interest in the firmament. Ere it was razed to the ground, I myself lived there. You see many places in Ishgard offer a commanding view, but I find none finer than that of my erstwhile home. And we got an ad incoming, so I'm going to go ahead and run that, and I will meet you in New Pillars. BRB. Alright, we are back from the ad. Let's go talk to the lady of the markets. The lovely, wonderful Elise. Well, warm welcome to you, Mistress Hume. What is it that you seek at the jewel closure this day? A missive for you, my lady. Oh, a missive for me, from Lord Francel. Intriguing. Dear Mistress Elise, I pray this missive finds you well and your markets bustling. I write to request your aid in acquiring heavy machinery of foreign make intended for the use of the many foreigners lending their expertise to the restoration project. Such equipment as the Skystone manufacturer possesses is unfamiliar to non-Age Guardians, and as such as would adversely affect their ability to carry out their work. Through the connections you've established with foreign merchants, I have faith that you can procure for us that which we require. My humblest thanks for your assistance. Having machinery of foreign make, though it will be no small coup to source such items, the merchant in me welcomes the challenge. But I say, it feels like only yesterday Lord Frenzel was a little boy coming to market with his brothers. Now he has blossomed to a well-spoken, accomplished young man. Time surely flies. Forgive my reminiscence. You may relay to my lord. It shall be my pleasure to attend to this order. Alright, let's go back. And where is he? He's back in the room. So I gotta back to the firmament. Back to the firmament. Back to the firmament. Into the firmament, and you see we have one for both organs. Now we do have the ability to go via the Aetheryte Plaza, so that is a good thing. But we're following the quest line, so it's cool. There you are, Zelda. Have you delivered the missives, I take it? So how did the recipients respond to my entreaties? Come, do not keep me waiting. What are the recipients' responses? Both Gillibrand and Elise are willing. Glad am I to hear. This shall do wonders for our workers' morale. As for Sir Handloop, I know he is not one to make promises out of hand, but I have confidence they will come through for us. Thanks to your kind help, I was able to personally assist Audwayne and her daughter meanwhile. Having but a few possessions, they were able to promptly move to the firmament. Good for them. Glad to hear it. I also managed to find a moment to pen further missives. Lest you wonder, these are addressed to the 4 high houses, my own included. Each of the houses has strengths that shall avail the project, and I would call upon their cooperation. I know not how the position from an upstart such as I will be received, but I would not do to depend entirely on you. Nay, these missives I shall deliver myself. Lord Frenzel, a moment. Oh dear, there are people who have been waiting for an audience with my lord. Mr. Zelda pays me to make such a request of you, but will you not consent to serve as acting overseer and speak with the workers and residents in my lord's stead? Sure. I'm truly grateful. Now I expect that some advice will be asked of you, but I trust you to exercise your best judgment. I shall call the petitioners in turn. Whenever you're ready, you need but say the word. So we have to do at least 2 correct responses to move forward. All of which can be found on the wiki, which we are going to do now. Are you ready for this petitioners, my lady? Speaking with petitioners, we'll say several minutes. Yes, can do that. That's receiving the petitioners. Also a Shadowbringers mechanic. You can tell that it was when this was added. Frenzel away again, is he? Lad's been flat out of late, helping the folk get settled. Anyway, I wanted to speak to him about a big task that's what's coming up. We need to bring more hands for it. The Temple Knights might dispatch engineers. Temple engineers, you say? Aye, with their knowledge and experience, I reckon they'll do nicely. I'll say too that we're ready to begin as soon as we get approval. My thanks, Zelda. Our advice was helpful. So the correct answers are Temple Knights, Jill Crozier, and Gillibrand bringing food. This is all based upon what we did in the previous quest. Well, Lord Frenzel isn't even here. What a waste of time. Now, sir, you mustn't say such things. You know the overseer is a busy man. Well, artists from Limbs and Limits are charged with imparting our techniques to the locals. Our apprentices have been making good progress, and we have in mind to set them to more advanced tasks. But for this, we need specialized machinery. They don't have an inch guard. We want to ask the overseer if we could have it brought in, but it seems I'll have to wait for another time. Joe Crozier can bring in what you need. Surely, that's good to hear. In case you're wondering, the machinery in question is made by Nollick and Vermelis. We have the details for you soon. We shall appreciate it if you can relay them to the appropriate people of the Jolt Crozier. Our advice was helpful. So you have to do 2 correct answers in order to proceed. If you have any less than 2, you will have to repeat the scene. It's a Gaily Cat. Rumble, rumble, hiss. The Gaily Kitten suddenly appears. Beg your pardons, my lady. This little critter came here amidst the cargo from the same clouds. We've tried to send it on its way, but it refuses to leave. It's been lingering near the kitchen, so I suspect it's hungry. Thus far it hasn't done any harm, but what do you suppose we should do with it? Gillibrand will be bringing food. Meow, purr. Well, if I didn't know better, I'd say I understood what you said. It seems to have caught the scent of something. I'll go and keep an eye on it. And our advice was indeed helpful. Hi, Hilda. How's it going? Well, if it ain't Zelda. You certainly are a common sight in the firmament these days. Your friend Frenzel said he was keen on the guards I was offering, so I came to discuss the details with him. Seems he ain't here, though, so a lot of talk I'll have to keep. But there was something I wanted to tell you. The other day I had an occasion to meet Sir Raymond. Busy as he is, he hasn't been able to pay a proper visit to the firmament. You know, it's all about your involvement, though, and he was just saying how grateful he was to you as Lord Speaker of the House and a prominent citizen both. And that's all from me. Be seeing you, Zelda. Bye, Hilda. Take care. You got a nice ass. That is everyone, I believe. I thank you for assisting the people in Lord Frenzel's stead. Speaking of whom, I expect he will return anon. Shall we await him together? Zelda, are you still there? While you were absent, my lord, Mistress Zelda's been acting in her stead, attending the needs of those on site. Truly? Pray forgive me. In my eagerness, it appears I have unduly burdened you with my duties. But my own task and place to report was not without fruit. We have received promising responses from all the high houses. Though it was largely a matter of formality, I first went to secure the support of House Halenar, and then I paid a visit to House Wotom, which has been providing lodgings to visiting workers. There I was given assurance that they will increase their capacity as the need arises. Next, I knocked upon the door of Durandare Manor, As a house founded upon military traditions, I was informed that they had little to offer in the restoration effort. Resigned, I was about to take my leave when my stroke of good fortune, Lord Janipoir, appears and pledged to open a school where children might learn their letters, numbers, and stars. Last but not least, I took myself to Houses a Mile, renowned for its architectural prowess, and they agreed to employ their expertise for their firmament's benefit. In particular, the retired Count Lord Terracin is a stonemason of unrivaled skill and passion. We met him. He's currently helping the Muggles. As a fellow artist in Zelda, I dare say you will have an occasion to meet him one day. We already have. Well, now, pledges of cooperation from all the high houses not so long ago, this would have been unthinkable. It's due to the peace we now enjoy thanks to you, Mistress Zelda. You're welcome. Glad to help. Help, please help. No, Mummy, she's in trouble. Please, you have to help her. Noel, take a deep breath, child, and tell us what has happened to Audrey. What's going on, chat? Noel, what's going on, poor child? A scary inquisitor. He came and took Mummy away. She hasn't done anything wrong. Please, can't you help? You can't let them hurt her. She will be fine, child. Zelda and I will see to it. Now will you go? Now will you show us where your mother was taken? Come, my friend, let us follow Noel. So we need to go to the Ark of the Worthy. So instead of doing that, let us just go straight back to Foundation. Outside the gate. She was taken outside the gate. The wagons. How many times must I tell you? We are good dragons. Demand you let us enter at once. Adwain, it's me, Marcinolo. Please, my love, tell them to let us pass. What can it truly be? What the furious name is happening here? Ah, Lord Francis, we stopped these two dragons attempting to enter the Holy See. The larger claimed to be related to this woman, thus did I bring her hither to verify the truth. If this dragon is in fact a man, 'tis more than likely he is a heretic and must be punished harshly. As must his kin. What? Forgive me, Inquisitor, but mayhap you were absent when the Lord Speaker made his declaration. In light of the peace we have forged with dragons, those accused of heresy are to be accorded fair hearing and not punished out of hand. Be that as it may, it would not do to allow them to roam freely in the Holy See, as that would cause panic among its citizens. As you say, yet ere we rush to pass judgment, we should allow the man a chance to tell his tale. Marcelo, was it? I bid you speak truthfully. Have you ever taken the life of an Astardian citizen? No, my lord. Upon my honor, I haven't so much as laid a claw on anyone. It is true that I chose to follow Lady Iceheart. It is true that I partook of dragon blood. Whether it is because of myself or the blood, I cannot say, but my transformation was long and painful. By the time I had recovered, the war had already ended. To make matters worse, I found I couldn't revert to my original form. I took to wandering aimlessly until I chanced to encounter L2 here, who encouraged me to return home. If this man speaks true, then by our laws he has committed no crime. And you would simply believe the words of a dragon without any proof whatsoever. What do I want to say? You don't have any proof of wrongdoing either. It's a most straightforward answer. From my experience, dragons are more truthful than men. The sarcastic answer. And I'll personally keep an eye on these two. The pacifying answer. What do I want to say? I'm gonna do a slap. From my experience, dragons are more truthful than men. I shall take these two into my care. If they should cause any trouble, I will personally accept responsibility. If you would vouch for them, Lord Fretzel, then I shall not object. But I pray that you will not come to regret your decision. I'm not a fan of the Inquisition, let's just be honest. Well, it appears we have the situation in hand for the time being. Forgive us, my lord. We didn't mean to involve you in our troubles. Do not mention it. I have a responsibility to the residents of the firmament. That you and your daughter are safe is all that matters. Now we just need to decide what to do with our guests. If you finished your bickering, you could start by showing me your city. Oh yes, I've dreamed of seeing it for a long time. I suppose there's no harm in that, and would afford us the opportunity to discuss your situation further. Come with me then, to the firmament. Alright, and now I can show off going back to the firmament through the crystal. So you walk up to the crystal like normal, and you right click it, and you see that we can travel to the firmament or the residential district. So let's go to the firmament. Yay! And it looks like we need to go all the way over here. It appears all are present good. So, Marcelo, Ilto, though you are my guest, I trust you can appreciate that your troubles are not yet over. Yours in particular, Marcelo, though you are Ishgardian as a heretic and dragon boat, you place your family in an exceedingly difficult position. But ere I speak further, we should hear Otterwing's thoughts on the matter. It is only because our nation has changed that I can admit this now, but I too once supported Lady Oshart's vision. I couldn't well commit myself to a cause, though. That would mean forsaking our family. But he did so anyway. He forsook us, left us to fend for ourselves. And look at him now. While still he's brazen enough to show his face in Ishgard and runs afoul of an inquisitor. If it weren't for my lord's intervention, we would have been executed there and then. Forgive me, but I don't know. After all that's happened, I don't know if I can I can't, but I want to take him back. Please give me some time to think. I just wanted to see the two of you again. You finally meet your family, and all you can do is stammer and sulk. Have some stones, for heaven's sake. But enough of your tedious troubles. I came here to see a city, and I'm going to see one. Oh, wait. Apologies, Zelda, but will you not go keep an eye on L2? I have not had the chance to inform the residents, and it would not do to cause a panic. You have my gratitude. Now it seems she's headed into the new nest. If you would hurry, you should be able to find her. It seems they don't change very much as they grow. However, do they become able to fly, I wonder? Oh, it's you. What is it? As I've already said, I won't harm anyone. I'll have you know that my sire is Bursty of the noble line of Ratatosker. And like our esteemed ancestor, I will fill the skies with their beauteous songs. Now, you may be wondering what events led to my being here. I've been on a journey to learn the ways of men, you see. But when I met was more interested in skewering, mainly speaking. I mightn't have been alive if Marcelo hadn't come to my aid. Though our kinds are meant to be at peace again, all men are ready to accept dragons as friends. The opposite is true too, of course. Look, I'd sooner not be caught by unfriendly men either, so perhaps I'll return with you after all. It seems there's no alarm caused. My thanks for finding L2, Zelda. While you were gone, I took the opportunity to inform the residents about our guests. While all now understand the situation, whether they accept it is another question. Lord Fretzel, might we have a word? Zelda, could you wait with Marcelo and L2 yonder while I speak with these good folk? We heard that there were dragons in the firmament. It appears the rumors were true. One of them near killed me in the war and tore me open the length of my back, and they say the larger one used to be a man. The mere sight of him, it makes the scar ache unbearably. And my daughter, she was murdered by those wretched heretics. It's easy to say there's peace now, but it's not so easy to forget. I too lost a dear brother to the dragons. Believe me when I say I understand that some wounds do not heal. I will not force you to accept Marcelo, yet despite his appearance, he is but another Ishgardian, no different from ourselves. So I ask that you withhold your judgment for a time, and you give him a chance. If you say so, then very well, my lord. Forgive me, Lord Fretzel, it seems my presence brings only pain. Come now, there's not a single soul in the nation who hasn't known suffering, even not least of all, my friend. If you're willing, will you not share with us how you came to be a heretic somewhere in your tale, and we may find the key to winning over the doubters? To thaw a frozen heart. Come, Marcelo, tell us your tale. I used to be a craftsman, making sundry necessities on request. It wasn't much, but it was a living for me and my family. When our home burned down, I took to repairing other people's belongings in exchange for scraps of food. Though it was necessary to keep us from starving, knowing that each mouthful I earned meant less for our fellows, the bareness of it all was too much to bear. So I cast my lot with Lady Iceheart, with dreams of making lives better for the common folk. But in the end, all I succeeded in doing was forsaking my loved ones. I would make amends to my family if they will let me. As I am now, I am not but a burden to them, but the last thing I wish to be. I see. My thanks for opening your heart to us. It is as Father says, men tend to overthink things. Perhaps one is made to think more than one's life is. Perhaps one is made to think more when one's life is fleeting. That may well be the case, my friend, but it makes our feelings so less true for it, and Marcelo feels the keenest regret. One born of love he bears for his family. His fellow Vishgard is giving me to understand this. You said that you were once a craftsman, and you were to make for the people. If you were to make for the people such items as they find needful, as you once did, I dare say you can express your feelings better than any words can. Express my feelings. Altered as my hands are, I know not how well I can perform the work, but very well, my lord, I will try my very best. I'm certain you will. Now, as for the items you might craft, I believe you best know these things, which will delight your wife and child. The question is, what may serve to please your detractors? The two men who approached, the older recently moved to the firmament with his son's family. They arrived with naught but the shirts on their backs, and I imagine they would have need of household items such as dining utensils. And then there is the younger fellow, the retired soldier, whose scar troubles him. Still, he might appreciate an unguent of some description to relieve the aches. What are such items within your abilities to prepare? I believe so, my lord. I know a place in the New Nest where Marcelo may do his work. Pray, come with me. These styles. Oh, down. It seems I can make use of this space and all the equipment and materials besides. Whatever you find here is yours to use as you see fit. Now there is aught you most require. Mr. Zelda, it too might trouble you obtain two items for me. One is a healing herb for the unguent, and the other dye. I would go about obtaining them myself, but I'm liable to cause a panic. Il-2 is small enough to remain inconspicuous, at least, and comply besides. But of course, I'd be happy to help. You may leave the herbs to me. If I may ask you with a dye, then it's 2 pots of cream yellow I require. I've heard a woman named Eloiny at the Mendicant's court deals in all manner of wares. Perhaps you can inquire with her. Okay, let's go to the Mendicant's court. Get some a cream yellow dye. Let's see. And then we can talk to her. Purchase item. Then we need cream yellow. 2 pots. And back to the New Nest. We're able to hand the die. There you go. Yes, this is it. I shall put it to use at once. I've already finished the utensils, and thanks to you, the presents for my family will soon be ready. Now I just need Il-2 to return with the herbs. Seeing as all is proceeding apace, I believe it's time to arrange a gathering. The area top yonder steps should serve as a venue. Falconer, would you be so kind as to bear word to the people? With pleasure, my lord. Mistress Zelda, perhaps you would like to be the one to seek out Mistress Adwain. I dare say she would be more willing to attend your invitation. go find the good lady. Let's go find the good lady. Up the stairs. Here is her home. Oh, it's you, my lady. Is there something you need? No. We have a demonstration part. I see. It's just like him to do this. But even though he's my husband, the decision to accept a dragon, it's too much for a mere commoner such as me to bear. When I think about my daughter, when I imagine how other children might mock her, I just don't know. In a long journey, the first step is often the hardest to take. I don't know how you do it, but your words give me courage. To simply talk with you instills me with a sense of hope. And knowing that there is decent folks such as yourself and Lord Prince around, I feel as though all will be well in the end. Alright, we'll be there. Noelle and I. We'll hear what Marcelo has to say. Thank you, my lady. Alright, let's go use the crystal. And to the Maddock. What is this? We're told Lord Frontal had summoned us, but you're an ordinary-ish guardian just like you. I'm also a craftsman, and with help of some friends, I made something for each of you. It isn't much, but please accept it. Alright, we've got an ad coming, so we'll let that play, and then we will get this finished up in the next afterwards. BRB. And welcome back. Dining utensils. Ours is a big pan. This would certainly be useful. I hope they will serve you well. You may struggle to believe it, but I used to be your neighbor. Before I took on this form, I made whatever it was folk needed. And it's my hope that I can put my skills to use again for the people of the firmament. My scarf flares up on cold, dry days. This unkunde would help take the edge off the pain. This is kind of you. Oh, to be so young and open-minded. I know that you've done us no ill, but I simply cannot forgive and forget the heretics for what they did. You have lost a great deal, and we would not diminish your suffering by asking you to change your views. Yet, in spite of yourself, you not try to see the individual before you as simply that. An individual deserving of a chance. I'm sorry, I know I'm not being fair. Come. It wouldn't do to strain yourselves. If you would follow me, good sirs, I will find you some refreshments. Adelaide, Noel, I have something for you too as well. Aren't these our clothes? Let's put them on, Mummy. Let's put them on. It's exactly the same as the one I lost in the fire. You remember, Daddy? You remember how much I love this coat and this color? You may be a dragon now, but I don't mind at all. My friend Nellie said that dragons are nice. It must have been difficult to make these with those hands. It's plain that you still think of us. And yet you abandoned us when we needed you most. You left us to face the worst of the war alone, and I hated you for it. And so, I know what I did was unforgivable. I don't have the right to be with you and Noel. I'll leave this place for good and all. No, listen to me in the end, will you? To the end, will you? What I want to say is, I can't give you a definite answer right this moment, but I'm willing to give us another chance. If you're still the man I once knew, then perhaps we can work through this problem together, like we've worked through others. This is enough for you for now, then you're welcome at our new home. It is. It's more than I could ever ask for. Thank you, Adelaide. Thank you again, my lady, for instilling me with the courage to take the first step. This won't come overnight, and we still have a long journey ahead of us, but if we have faith in one another, I'm confident we'll find happiness again. Indeed. If you can spare another moment, would you accompany to find Lord Francel? I wish to thank you and him both for the second chance I have with my loved ones. There you are, Zelda. Volcano has told me all. I'm glad for you, my friend. Your honest feelings have reached the hearts of the people. Your family is included. Yes, my lord. I've been given a second chance for my family, and I owe it all to you and Mistress Zelda. This is hardly enough to express my gratitude, but I made something for you as well. Won't you do me the honor of trying it on? Well, now, this is hardly necessary, but I shall humbly accept it. A moment, if you would. It is a perfect fit and such a dashing design as hides. But thanks for this fine gift. And where's my gift? Without me, Marcelo would be stammering and sulking on the snow somewhere. Let's not forget the herbs as well. Indeed, little one, for rendering aid to a citizen of Ishgard, you are deserving of recognition. Until now, dragons are permitted to enter into the Holy See only on special occasions. But if you wish it, and my authorities overseer, I will arrange it so that you may freely come and go from the firmament. Would that suffice by way of a gift? Oh, I could live with that. I've always wanted to observe how men live. Now then, I must be returning to my duties, but if there is any further trouble, do not hesitate to call upon me. Yay! Last but not least, allow me to thank you too. If it weren't for you, I likely would have been executed as a heretic. Worse than that, I would have remained estranged from my family. Please accept this as a small token of my undying gratitude. I pray that it serves you well in your adventures. And we get some oyster confit. So this does unlock a few things that will branch off a little bit. If songs had wings. Yep, so this will branch off into something that we'll do with Il 2 here. We will get to that. And then we got Shadows Over the Orphanage. That leads to a quest line dealing with unlocking another quest line that shows up in Shadowbringers. So of course these two we will do just to prepare them, prepare the way, but we will have to be we'll have to be prepared at the end. We could just save it for later. No, we'll do it. We'll do it now. But we need to go and do. But first, we're going to not do branching quest lines quite yet. We're going to go and make sure that we are finishing the main branch first. The making of a market. Zelda, 'tis always a pleasure to see you here in the firmament. Will you be pleased? You will be pleased to hear the district is with an ever-growing number of thoroughly satisfied residents, thanks in no small part to your tireless efforts on our behalf. In particular, I'm proud to say that we have spared no effort to realize Lady Hilda's ideal of a place where one and all can have a roof over their head and food in their belly, provided they are willing to work hard and make an honest living. Seeing as things are progressing most swimmingly on that front, I have decided to turn my eye to Lord Briarden's most astute recommendation, encouraging the flow of goods and services, so as to build a thriving economy that will serve as the area's lifeblood. As such, Ockbert and his men have been hard at work putting the final touches on the ward I have dubbed Featherfall, which is to serve as the firmament's center of commerce and trade. There is but one remaining issue to resolve, namely how we might distinguish our own marketplace from the Jeweled Crozier. After all, if we hope to attract vendors and customers alike to the firmament, we must offer something that they cannot already find at a more established location. After giving the matter considerable thought, it struck me, but if we were to bring it in merchants from the realm over to pleather trade here, then Featherfall might be the Holy Sea's new hub of foreign trade. It is a most inspired idea, would you not say? And if you would not disapprove, I would ask you to accompany me to our designated emissary to the three city-states. After all, who better to convince our esteemed guests to make the journey here to Ishgard than one of your influence and prestige? No problem. And you would not disapprove, or quite honestly, even if you would, I will be accompanying you as well. Lord Charlemont. It is far from my place to object, but for whatever reason, would the Count de Durandare wish to come along on our humble expedition, particularly in light of your house, or your honored house's rather, shall we say, conservative views towards expansion of foreign trade? I'll thank you not to make assumptions about the interests of my house, Lord of Francel. I've always acted in what I believe to be my homeland's best interests, and I will continue to do so. Mayhap Darren did not give the warmest of welcomes to outsiders at the observatorium in Whiteburn Front, but I assure you that we took only to the necessary precautions to defend the sea from external threats at a time of war. Surely the savior of Ishgard can understand our position. At any rate, the war is over, and our nation is entering a new age, and I'm not inclined to sit idly by as House Durandare slip behind the times. And yet, as this most vital of junctures, my son and heir remains lost to sea, and my cousins are neither too young or unworldly for the task, and so it falls to me to see to matters myself. I dare say there is some merit for you as well. After all, whatever negotiations you intend to conduct, they can only be aided by the presence of the head of the Ishgard's highest of high houses. I trust you have no objections. Your offer of assistance is most generous, Lord Chalamon. I would not dream of refusing it. Of course not. We depart at once, yes? I've heard Gridania is most lovely at this time of year. Yes, my intention was always to begin your expedition at our closest neighbor. I have been on good word that the establishment here known as Carlin Canopy would be suitable. Carlin Canopy it is, then. Do take care not to lag behind, yes? Lord Chalamon, wait. Well, I guess we're gonna go show him the sights of Eorzea at large. To the shroud. So this is Gridania. Why, it's even more verdant and lush than I had imagined. A danker, gloomier city I can scarce imagine. I'm glad I do not live here. And yet this nation is home to a great number of our own kind. Convincing an illicit trader or two to come to Ishgard will be done in less time than it takes for an afternoon tea. Start, I shall enlist the services of one of the locals. Feel free to come along, Lord Ransom. Mayhap you'll learn something. Oh, wait, Lord Chalamont. Oh dear Zelda, this is precisely what I was afraid of. I did some research before our departure, and no doubt this is common knowledge to you, but I read that Gridanians are reserved types who do not warm easily to outsiders, perhaps not to the degree of our own people. I fear the Count, for all his good intentions, might sour the local populace on our offer before we can even make it. Come, we must stop him. We don't know about how Gridania runs. You there, I'm looking to speak with one of your nation's most prominent traders. Tell me, where might I find such a person? And be quick about it, I'm a busy man. I'm not in the habit of entertaining outsiders, rude, arrogant ones, least of all. Bugger off and do it yourself. What? Why, the sheer gall of that woman. With all due respect, Lord Chalamon, we are guests in this land, just as you and I were once wary of outsiders like good Zelda here. So too are these people wary of us. In the world outside the Holy See, our titles or the prestige of our houses will avail us no special privilege. It would behoove us to conduct our affairs with a measure of humility. But I fear we've already aroused the suspicion of the townspeople. Let us try our luck at another location, at one of the guilds for which this place is so well known. The guild, you say? Very well. Let us stop blithering and be off. Okay, to the Leatherworkers Guild. To the Leatherworkers Guild. Yes, this place seems rather lively. No doubt we can find someone willing to assist us here. I beg your pardon, my esteemed sir. I am a humble visitor from Ishgard, and I was wondering if I might trouble you with a question or two. Hmm? What's that for now? Wait, can it be Lord Franzel? Ha! It is you. Whatever brings you to the Twelveswood? What? Pray forgive me. I do not believe I've had the pleasure. Ah, you wouldn't know me, but I sure know you. During the war, I applied my trade as a sellsword at Camp Dragonhead. You often came to dine at Lord Harshapon's invitation, yes? Why, that I did. Lord Harshapon was a most benevolent man. There were few things he enjoyed more than sharing a good meal in the company of his friends and his men alike. Ah, and I was one of them. I fondly remember the times I sat at his table, sharing in his meat and mead, in the warmth of his hall and in his company. For a moment, you could forget the bitter cold outside. It's a memory that stayed with me to this day, long after I returned to Britannia and hung up my blade. Lord Harshapon was a great man, and I had hoped to return to Ishgard one day to visit him. But then the news of his tragic passing arrived. Even now, I find it hard to believe he's gone. R.I.P. Harshapon, we will miss you. I as well, my friend. Not a day goes by that I do not think of him, and the kindness he showed me in the darkest of days. And though I will forever mourn his passing, I take solace in knowing that his sacrifice was for naught. For because of those like him and Zelda here, the war is at long last over, and the nation welcomes a new age of enlightenment and restoration. So it is that we have come here to Bearcordon in hopes of establishing trade that will benefit both our nations. Might you perhaps know of any merchants or traders who might be interested in exploring such a possibility? Do I ever? Nothing would please me more than to be able to return to the kindness that your countrymen showed me. It just so happens I do work for Black Rabbit Traders these days. Perhaps you've heard of them. Miss Cynthia's in charge there. She's always looking for promising new business partners. Just wait here. I'll bring her right over. My good man, it is as if the gods themselves sent you to us. If she does not mind the imposition, I will be honored to meet this Lady Miss Cynthia. I trust that you've met this Lady Miss Cynthia Zelda. Do you suppose she'll be receptive to our offer? Hi, Miss Cynthia. Ah, so you're the guest from Ishgard I've heard so much about. I'm Miss Cynthia, Black Rabbit Traders fame. I hear you have a business proposition for me. It is a pleasure and an honor both to make your acquaintance, Lady Miss Cynthia. I am Franzel de Halienart and have the privilege of overseeing the reconstruction of our fair city, a task which includes building a thriving economy. To that end, I wish to invite the realm's preeminent trading concerns to establish outposts in our new commercial district. If it please you, will you not consider bringing your operations to Ishgard? I've heard that you Ishgardians opened your borders, but quite frankly, I wasn't expecting to receive such an eager and enthusiastic proposition. And it's an interesting one, I'll grant you. Still, as much as I'd like to be of aid, I run a business here, not a charity. And so I'm forced to ask, why should I expand Ishgard? What do you offer that other places do not? A well-founded concern, of course. Be assured that our nation offers businesses many opportunities. For example, you have immediate access to the finest Ishgardian wares. Now that you mention it, I dare say that Ishgardian furs and fine cuisine will command a high price here in Britannia. Alright, Zelda here has convinced me the Black Rabbit will come to Ishgard. Oh, thank you, Lady Miss Cynthia. You do us kindness that we will not soon forget. You can spare me the flowery words. I'm only looking out for my own business interests, as I trust you are as well, no? In any event, I'd best be going. We'll have to take a full inventory to determine which of our fine goods to bring north. As I say, the traders do not smile on those who tarry. Oh, thank you ever so much, my friend. I could never have done this without you. Lady Miss Cynthia's question was only to be expected, yet I found myself at a loss. Your impeccable knowledge of the realm, and calmness under pressure have served us well once more. You've succeeded here despite the involvement of the house's hailing on importance, not because of it. The citizen of the Sultanate are far more discerning, but I fear not. I shall show you how negotiations among the upper crust are truly done. He's gonna have to learn. Doings in the desert. Our sojourn in Gridania has been most fruitful, but it is time we take to the road again. Here they call Uldal the jewel of the desert, and that it is a bustling center of trade and commerce. You can scarce wait to see what opportunities await us there. I have it on good account that the Sultanate is an affluent and cultured nation, with a populace that places due importance on status and lineage. Like the rabble here, its people will no doubt afford me the respect I deserve. According to my research, the market district of Uldal is centered around a location known as the Ruby Road Exchange. I propose that we make that our first destination. As you may know, the exchange has quite a long and storied history. It is also conveniently located just a stone's throw from the airship landing where we are to touch down. Yes, let's be off already. I'm like to fall asleep if I stand around here any longer listening to your ramblings. He knows nothing of the world outside, does he? Fortunately, we can use our home teleport. The base keeps running and running and running, running and running, running and running. Why, I've never seen such a spectacular array of exotic goods and crafts. Do those girls dressed only in their undergarments know no shame? And the uncouth lock hopping at them are no better. Led to believe this was a cultured society. The array of wares is respectable, I'll allow, but I have no interest in dealing with threadbare peddlers. Let's find ourselves a trader with proper pedigree. But how the Furies named two people survive in this stifling heat? I shall go and secure our business partner post-haste. It's soon to take my leave of this blasted desert. You two wait for me at an alehouse or the like, but do not make yourselves overly comfortable. It will not take long. Oh dear, there he goes again. I'm loath to trouble you once more, Zelda, but would you be so kind as to go after him? Without your presence, I fear that he may less than endear himself to the locals, not unlike in Gordania. Having lived my entire life in Ishgard, I'm painfully aware of my own limitations when it comes to interacting with those who share a different cultural background. I fear that Count de Dorndir has, shall we say, not yet come to this realization. I believe he ran off in the direction of Emerald Avenue, was it? I shall head to the quicksand in the meantime and see what news I might glean there. Dun, 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 dun. You there, you know something of these parts, yes? I seek to do business with a trader possessed of a reputation worthy of my great house. You will introduce me to one at once. I am more than pleased to, friend, and pray tell how much is this introduction worth to you? Worth? You would demand payment for your piddling knowledge? You don't know how things work around here, do you, old man? In old information's a commodity like any other, and that bloke only gets as much as he's willing to pay for. Clearly the knowledge I've got is worth something to you, else you wouldn't be standing here before me. So we return to the question, how heavy is your coin purse feeling today? Ah, Wyman. Allow me to handle this, old girl. What? A mandolin? Ah, this dude. Calling me old girl. Well, man, my friend, how do you fare this day? Fine day. The name my favorite guardian come to pick up Wyman's brain about the latest happenings here at the Sultanate. Of course, I'm happy to oblige and exchange for whispers you've heard around the Holy See. Any other day, and I would gladly trade rumors with you. Today, however, I meant only to offer a word of warning. That man is none other than the lord of the highest of our high houses. He raised political intrigue and steps on machination. And believe me when I say you do not wish to make an enemy of him. But don't take my word for it, just ask our friend Zelda. Yeah. Seven hells on second thought, don't bother taking out your coin purse. Whatever you're offering, it's more than clear. It ain't worth the trouble. And now, if you don't mind, I have more pressing matters to attend to. A wise decision. If I do say so myself, then worry not. I shall return before long with the rumors from the Holy See you so desire. Till next time, my friend. Fancy meeting you here, old girl. Stop calling me old girl. I would never have expected to find you in the company of the illustrious Count de Durandere, whatever is the occasion. I might ask you the same. Does the philandering son of House Fortin tend to upstage his betters? Why, Lord Charlemagne, you wound me. Rest assured that I meant only to spare you from a potentially inexpedient encounter. Purveyors of information in these parts are invariably sharper than they let on. If they judge you to be less than knowledgeable about your surroundings, they will not hesitate to take advantage. If I needed the help of a self-indulgent stripling, I'd have asked for it. But I might ask, old girl, what brings you to the jewel of the desert with the good count at your side? What manner of information, pray tell? Were you hoping to glean from our wayward friend, Wyman? Lord Francis was looking to stimulate commerce and trade in the firmament. Well, why didn't you come to me sooner? You think so little of your comrade Emmeline? Yes. Allow me to explain. My dear brother suggested that I might employ my considerable skill in mingling amongst the upper crust to more, shall we say, productive ends. After all, social gatherings are a prime opportunity for hearing choice tidbits of rumor and gossip. The point being that I have acquainted myself with no small number of prestigious merchants and traders, including many who I believe would be the most amenable to the idea of expanding their operations to Ishgard. I dare say that more than a few of them have most fetching daughters as well. At any rate, you need trouble yourself no further. I will reach out to the parties in question and make the necessary arrangements. In return, I ask only that you convince Lord Fretzel to put in a good word with the lovely Lady Laniette on my behalf. A fair enough exchange, is it not? Yeah. Sure. Worry not, Mr. Seamay. I will see to it that my lord remains focused on the task in hand. He doesn't let his emotions lead him to enter into any potentially disadvantageous agreements. We shall be in touch at a later juncture. Till next time, old girl. Start calling me old girl. Oh, do you believe there's a banquet I should be attending? Suppose even foppery can serve a purpose on rare occasions. Though, needless to say, I could have handled the negotiations just as well without that fool's meddling. On the bright side, we can at long last take our leave of this blessed desert. Lord Fretzel has some tavern called the Quicksand, yes? Well, let us tell him the deed is done and be on our way. To Mamodi. Welcome back, Zelda and Lord Shalimar. May I ask if your invasion is working? Lord of Madeline came to your aid, you say. Splendid. He's an knack befriending influential personages. Never ceases to amaze me. He asked if you could put in a good word with Lady Laniat. And see, I was about to comment on how impressed I was that he was putting his natural proclivities to use for such a worthwhile cause, but I see his motivations are the same as ever. That said, his constancy is admirable. At any rate, it's clear that he has done us a great service today, and with the ever-diligent young Honoroi at his side, keep him honest, I dare say we'll have little to worry about. I must thank you, too, for your efforts, Lord Shalimar. If you hadn't thought to flag down that information monger, we might still be searching aimlessly in the streets. We must humbly ask that you lend your prodigious skills to us to our next destination as well. Do you not agree, Zelda? Alright, we will go to a parley with the pirates. After the ad, BRB. Okay, we're back from the ad. Let's go see what's going on in Limsa. Are you ready to take to the road again, Zelda? Our final destination awaits us, Limsa. If we must. Though if you truly expect to find a reliable training partner in that den of pirates and ruffians, you're even more of a fool than I thought. Believe me, Lord Charlemagne, when I say that I bear no love for barbarous outlaws. That said, by all accounts, things have changed much in the years since Admiral Blofuswind rose to power. I've spoken of my son's disappearance to you in the past, have I not? If by chance you have forgotten, it was those accursed pirates who took him from us, and I will never forgive him. It was 20 long years ago. He was a boy of great promise, possessed of a curious mind and a burning desire to see the world. Then a murderous band of sea reavers raided his vessel, and just like that, he was gone. To this day, rumors reach my ears that he rots in a jail deep beneath the city, or that someone resembling him has been seen wandering the streets. His father I want to believe he still lives somewhere, but there is only so long a man can. And what I mean to say is, I would not trust a pirate half as far as I could throw him. This scourge of our realm in my house, and I will have nothing to do with him. You have my most heartfelt sympathies for the loss of your son, Lord Charlemagne. By no means do I wish to open old wounds and stir up painful memories. Pray return to Ishgard ahead of us. Zelda and I shall handle matters from here. No, I will accompany you, regardless of what happened. Nay, precisely because of it, I will not shirk my duty as Lord of House Durindar. I will march into that wretched hive of murder and villainy, and seize from it a new age of opportunity for my house, as due retribution for all they have taken from me. That is what you wish, my lord. Let us be on our way. My preliminary research has led me to conclude that the area known as Bulwark Hall, a stone's throw from the airship landing, would make for a suitable place to commence our efforts. Yes, Bulwark Hall. Right off the main Ithray Plaza. The fury take me. How can these people abide the awful stench of salt and brine in the air? Let us conclude our business swiftly and take our leave of this place, Lord Francel. I trust that your research has enlightened you as to where we might find a suitable trading partner. Indeed it has, Lord Charlemagne. I've read that all goods coming in and outgoing must pass inspection at a place called Melvin's Gate. I doubt that would be a productive place to begin our inquiry. I see. Very well, then. Let's be off to this Melvin's Gate, or whatever the place is called. Perhaps it is but wishful thinking on my part, but would you not say Lord Charlemagne has softened some arrived here in Limsa? He even waited for me to complete a full utterance before dashing off. Could it be that we have earned his trust? As you pass right through me. We do have to catch those fish. I've got to go catch the fish. But fortunately, I do have the equipment now to do it. So, yay. You are employed here, yes? My companions and I hail from Ishgard, and we have come to Limsa to discuss matters of trade. Then you must definitely come to the right place. Any inquiries you may have regarding duties, tariffs, prohibited goods, and what have you, I or one of my fellow assessors would be more than happy to enlighten you. I see. To be precise, we seek to introduce wares from your nation to our homeland. We believe such items would be in demand. Might you be able to recommend us as a trader dealing in such wares? Aye, but of course. Why didn't you say so sooner, my good man? In that case, you'll be wanting to talk to one of the three great pirate powers here in town. Pirates? Why, of course, since the signing of the Gladian Accord, they're more of an officially sanctioned agency, raiding the Garleans at the Admiral's behest, taking part in honest trade and the like. Less that much can be said of the sanguine sirens and the krakens. The bloody executioners are a whole another matter. So I'd recommend you limit any dealing and negotiating you feel like partaking into the former two. I reckon the sanguine sirens will be as good start as any, as they've known to be a bit more welcoming to outsiders like yourselves. You'll find them over in the town known as the Missing Member. If you're up for a parley. Yes, I do believe I heard enough. Thank you for your time and good day. I can scarce believe it has come to this, but I suppose we have no recourse. Well, Lord Frenzel, I trust you know the way to this missing member. It's a double entendre. It's a double entendre. And to the F Castle. Dun, 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 dun. Everyone's in here. Everyone's here. Yes, then let us be on our way. By the fury, why is it a veritable haven of pirate winches? But I'll not back down from this challenge. Watch closely, Lord Frenzel, and let me show you how a deal is made. Greetings and welcome to the Missing Member. Do you have a reservation, sir? I do not. I have come from Ishgard to discuss matters of trade with the captain of the esteemed Sanguine Sirens. I was told you I might find her here. You were, were you? Why, yes, I suppose you might. Make yourself comfortable and I will go get the captain. Go let the captain know that she's got a new visitor. Yes, visitor. The hells you want, Drylanders? State your business quick, and you best hope it's worth my while. That's me sirens, I'll see you gutted and sleeping with the fishes for your new cupchi. Pray, stay your hand, my lady. I only meant to consult you on a potential business proposition that might prove mutually beneficial. I hail from the nation of Ishgard, and I do believe that your fine words would be most sought after in our nation. Ishgard? You must be daft to think any pirate in her right mind would have a mind to set foot in some bleeding snow-swept wasteland at the edge of the world. You must have me confused with that puffy-shirted captain of the Krakens, or someone else who got more swagger than sense. Now get out of my sight before I cut out your blabbing tongue and toss it to tonight's stew. Without some pardons, my lady, I shall take my leave and on and seek out these Krakens of whom you speak. Thank you for your kindness and wish you your sirens all the... I said, get out of my... Wait a bleeding minute. Why does that self-righteous face of yours seem so bloody familiar? Bah, never mind. I've got a bigger fish to gut. I'll be gone from here, or you'll be joining them. If I were you, I'd be taking her advice to heart. You'll find the Krakens of the Seventh Sage just past here and beyond the Drowning Winch. I do hope your parley proves more fruitful. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Whew, my cat laid a good stink bomb. Whew. It's very ripe. Yeah, you laid a good stink bomb there, Loki. Welcome to the Seventh Sage, which you prepare to peruse our diverse array of exotic herbs and spices. Pardon me, my good lady, I am Shalamond of House Durandare, and I've traveled to your fair nation from Ishgard. Might any of you, your colleagues, perchance be interested in selling your refined spices in my homeland? I can assure you many of my countrymen will be willing to pay a handsome price for them. To Durandare, you say? My sincere apologies, good sir, but in accordance with the company policy, we're not entering into partnerships with parties in the Holy See at this time. Parties in the Holy See, what insular closed-minded nonsense is. What I mean to say, we are prepared to make the arrangement most appetizing to you. As appetizing as salted harbor herring, one might say. To it, our astrologians have devised a method to accurately gauge one's present location with bearing, regardless of the season. A technique which I do believe would be most beneficial to esteemed privateers such as yourselves. Think the old man would be willing to reveal a treasured house secret to outsiders? Dastardly, despicable pirates, no less. Perhaps there's hope for Ishgard yet. Excuse me for a moment. Captain. Well, yes, wait on. I was just about to bid our guest farewells, per your explicit orders not to. What's that? Are you certain? I see. I shall convey the message then. Forgive me for my hasty decision. Captain says he will entertain your proposition, but on one occasion. He will only speak to the adventurer here. I see. In that case, I have little choice, Zelda, was it? I've done little to deserve your charity, but I would ask you this one favor. Might I entrust the negotiations to you? Very well, then, if you would come this way. Captain Carvalane of the Krakens awaits you atop the stairs. One more thing, you are by no means to speak his name, nor describe his face to anyone from Ishgard, or he will personally have you keel-hauled. No hard feelings, of course. None intended. I know why. My associate has apprised me of the situation, so this delegation from the sea wishes to establish trade relations with us, do they? The Ishgardians consumed only with their petty war, living out their days in that gloomy, frigid land devoid of passion or imagination. Just thinking back to my dreary days in that miserable place is enough to make me ill. But with the war's end, it would appear that a new wind blows in my homeland. While I'm not so naive as to assume they have left their past entirely behind, I trust that the sea's desire to change, as well as that of the man who has come to me on their behalf, is sincere. Besides, it would not hurt to be owed a debt of gratitude by one of Eorzea's greatest heroes, no? Indeed. Gerald, the document. This here is an arrangement consisting in the formal commencement of trade between the Krakens and House Durandare of Ishgard. It is in Gerald's name and marked with our official seal to authorize the transaction. I would appreciate it if you could deliver this to Count de Durandare on my behalf. Are you quite certain about this, Captain? Must be thankful for that adventure showing up when she did. If the man had forced his way into my office, I shudder to think of what might have ensued. Just strange, though. For long years, the mere sight of the man's face filled me with loathing. Seeing it again now, I feel only this odd sense of nostalgia. And yet I dare not entertain the thought of doing anything more. It would only serve to undo all that I have accomplished. No, I have no mind to give up my freedom for whatever I might gain in his place. Yes, this will do. Spoiler alert, Carvalane is the Count's son. Well, do you have anything to show for your efforts? I do. A nice signed contract. Why, this is more than I dared hope we would achieve. However, did you manage this? I made him an offer he couldn't refuse. An offer? What sort of... Never mind. I trust you. Trust that you have more experience in these matters than I. At any rate, I have finally accomplished that which I sought to hear in Eorzea. If I return to Ishgard in triumph as beginning the lord of the highest of houses. And then your debt, Lord Shalamon, and you, Zelda, with this, the day that the finest goods from the realm over are traded freely in the markets of Featherfall is all but upon us. May Featherfall flourish. Some good tea and pastries. Zelda, Lord Shalamon, I must thank you once more for accompanying me on this journey. Owing to your tireless efforts, our mission was succeeded beyond my loftiest expectations. And you expected any less of me. At any rate, I do believe it's past time that we return home. With preparations that must be seen to, yes. But of course, speaking of which, I have been giving considerable thought as to how we might best organize our new commercial district. To that end, I would be most grateful if the two of you would visit the location and share your thoughts upon our return. My time is valuable, as you might imagine, but I suppose I can spare a moment or two to lend my expertise. It is most appreciated, my lord. In that case, let us each attend to any unresolved matters we may have here, then reconvene back in the pyramid at our earliest opportunity. Travel in safety, my friends. Back to the snow. Back to the snow we go. It is but a short walk from here to the Featherfall Commercial District. Allow me to show the way. You must give credit where credit is due, Lord Francel. This place is almost beginning to look halfway habitable. Francel, we were wondering if you'd come home. Hey, my brothers, and you too, sister. How wonderful it is to see you all again. Oh, but you simply must hear the news. Arval and Fort Cornell are prizes just now. Why, if even half of what we've heard is true, it would appear your excursion abroad has proved the most fruitful. And this off the back of the diagram's designation as the official gathering grounds for the restoration. Without you to extol its potential to our leaders, I doubt we would have received the necessary approval and funding. You two Ishgard a great service, Francel, as your sister. I could not be more than proud. My dearest siblings, you flatter me overmuch. Why, I could not have hoped to accomplish even a fraction of this with the expertise and influence of my esteemed companions. Of that I have no doubt, Mistress Healy, as you so selflessly served Ishgard during the war. You continue to go above and beyond in this era of peace. I have not the words to express my gratitude. You're welcome. And my most honorable Lord Shalamon, please accept my humble gratitude for accompanying my impulsive little brother in his travels, for opening his horizons with your vast experience and worldly wisdom. Yes, I can only hope the boy gains something from my presence. But Francel, we were not here simply to shower you with praise. No, we're hoping that we might lend our aid to your efforts in a more tangible fashion. Indeed, after all, it would not do for the goods to flow only in one direction while the coin flows in the other, no? Allow me to be more direct. The Skystone Manufactory has recently opened a new branch in Featherfall, yes? I have a mind to spend some time there myself, overseeing repair and maintenance orders, putting wares on display for potential sale to buyers from the realm over, and so on and so forth. Meanwhile, Aravel and I discussed the matter at length, and we suspect that traders from far off lands might show quite an interest in the abundant natural resources harvested from the diadem and the Sea of Clouds. I have no words. Your assistance in the reconstruction effort would mean the world to me. Sons and daughters of Helionart. Mayhap I misjudged them. Mocked and branded as heretics by the highborn and common folk alike, forced to suffer the loss of kin, friends, and loyal followers alike over years of bloody war, so they forge ahead to build a brighter future for our nation. For so long I thought them too earnest and agreeable for their own good, but perhaps the artless hope and enthusiasm is precisely what Ishgard needs in this new age. Good to see you coming around, Count Durndare. Would that my own son could be here as well, that he too could be among those leading up to transform our society for the generations to come. Strange, is it not? Somehow I'm more certain than ever that he is alive somewhere in this world, and doing great things in his own right. Mayhap one day he will return to me. Mayhap not. Either way, the decision is his, and he is alone to make. For so long I clung to the past, fearing that there was no place for me in this new age of openness, enlightenment, and change. The truth is clear to me, now that this is a new world we live in. We must adapt or be left behind. It will not be easy, but it will be worth it, and the passionate, capable young men and women around me will show me the way. My sincerest apologies, Zelda, Lord Charlemagne. It seems my siblings and I got somewhat carried away in the conversation. If you're ready, it would be my pleasure to escort you to Featherfall. Yeah! Let's do it! So, Lord Charlemagne, over here. I did not imagine that your preparations were proceeding so briskly, Lord Francel. One might wonder if they're not proceeding too hastily, yet at the same time one cannot help but be impressed. You are too kind, my lord. I am pleased to say that Featherfall markets are not ready to open. Truly, we would not have accomplished this without you. Nor you, Zelda, nor my dear siblings, my associates, and all in Ishgard and the 3 nations who have expended efforts on our behalf. Without all of you, my loftiest dreams to rebuild the firmament would have gone for naught. Thank you, my friends. I will not forget your kindness and generosity for the rest of my days. Nay, 'tis I who owes you thanks, Lord Francis Traveling. You have done much to open my eyes, and I'm not too prideful to admit it. If I hope to lead House Durndare into a new age of prosperity, there is much I must yet learn about the world outside Ishgard, a world to which I have yet been blind for far too long. In returning and helping me to learn this lesson, allow me to offer you some parting advice. You've accomplished much here already, but do not rest on your laurels, for the greatest challenges are yet to come. Thank you, my lord. May pray rest assured that I have no intention of shirking my duties. As more and more people flock to the firmament to hawk their wares and ply their trades, my ability to manage affairs here will be tested like never before. It will indeed, and yet I suspect you are up to the task. Still, should you ever find yourself over your head, do not hesitate to call upon House Durndare. With that, I should be off. Zelda, might you have a moment to spare afterwards? There's a matter on which I would seek your counsel. I too shall be getting back to the mini-task at hand. Till we meet again, my friends. I actually would not have minded if the lad remained just a while longer, but oh well. In any event, the matter I would discuss with you concerns the broom. If you are not otherwise occupied, I would very much like to hear your thoughts. And we got Featherfall Rising. Okay. This is not the one that we want. Not yet, at least. What we want is not buy bread alone. Ah, Zelda, 'tis always a pleasure to see you here in the firmament. I am certain you'll agree that the place is feeling livelier and more cultured than ever. Is it not? Surely we can never hope to accomplish this without your help in our preeminent sky builder. Truly, I have not the words to express the depths of my gratitude. Recently, I have had the occasion to take the briefest of respites from the daily duties and reflect upon the reconstruction effort as a whole. In doing so, my mind often returns to Manoline's words of that day. An ever-growing number of fish guardians now make their residence in the firmament, and its markets bustle with customers and exotic wares from across the realm. And what could be needed? The answer was clear. A place where those who live and ply their trade here can leave behind their worries and cares and indulge in the finer pleasures of life. Yes, the newly completed Rising Song corridor shall be precisely that, and I would like nothing more than for you to be the first to walk its streets with me. For if, of course, you have no pressing commitments at the moment. Splendid. Let us make for Sir Vandelur's grace. I think that you too will be keen to lay your eyes on a location which I believe to be the pride of the firmament. And all the way over there. I do hope our presence won't be a bother. Ah, forgive me. The building before us, as I have dubbed Sir Vander's Grace, is a place where the ailing and injured might see their wounds or maladies tended to. Some of our patients require only the briefest of treatment before they are back on their feet again, while those with the more serious conditions might stay in these halls for months. There are even those here suffering from troubling sicknesses not visible to the eye, but our healers do their best to provide. So, a hospital. Nice. Sucker just the same. The construction of the facility was first proposed by the House of Commons, but the plan was met with the immediate and overwhelming approval of the House of Lords as well. How heartening it is to see our nation come together for a worthy cause. Needless to say, be they common or noble, in these halls all patients receive the attention and care they deserve. Nobody turn away any who seek employment here, regardless of their background or station. Yes. Beg pardon, my lord, my lady, if I might trouble you for a moment. I am but a humble artist working to recapture the reconstruction of the firmament on canvas for posterity. So the two of you here simply could not walk by without expressing my gratitude. Ah, but yes, I do believe I've had the pleasure of looking upon your paintings. You have our thanks for as well for your most exquisite work. Why does your face look so familiar? You are of House Shevardine, are you not? You are gracious indeed, my lord, to remember one of such humble blood. It is true, I once had the honor of paying my respects to you when introduced by Sir Adelphila at the banquet. And to you, of course, Zelda, there is no greater honor than to see you before me. It was always my dream to become an artist, to capture the world around me in all its beauty, all its sadness on my easel. The future generations may never forget the time we lived in, and yet in times of war there was, of course, no time for such lofty pursuits. And so I donned my armor and took up my blade, resigned to the thought that I would one day fall in the unending battle against the Horde. How my heart sung the day you fell, dread Nidhogg, ushering in a new dawn for our great nation. At long last, I am able to lay down the weapons of war and take up my brush, as I have dreamed of for all those years. Truly, it would not be an understatement to say that your heroism inspires every stroke that I paint. You're welcome. Forgive me, moreover, I am proud to say that my work has been put on display right here in the halls of Sir Banker's Grace. Not to be overly presumptuous, but I feel there is a role for fine art to play in bringing succor to the hearts of the suffering. To that end, I've also made an effort to teach my craft to all who would learn. Ah, there you are. I was hoping to inquire about the price of your latest masterpiece. Ah, pray forgive me. Clearly, you have more important matters to deal with, and not to intrude. No apology needed, my good man. On the contrary, I've imposed upon my illustrious friends for far too long already. And with that, I shall take my leave. I thank you for giving us this humble artist the opportunity to express his appreciation in person. Wherever you see one or of my works, know that they would never have been possible were it not for you. You're welcome. Be proud, Zelda. Truly, you made your mark on our nation and its people in more ways than one. Now, shall we make for the next stop on our little tour? To Snow Oak Springs. Time for bathing suit. Oh, did I? I don't think I did. I think I took off the one for... I might have to make another glamour plate. Oops. And we got an ad, so we'll be back right after BRB. And we are back. Let's hear Francis talk about these springs, shall we? I welcome you to Snow Soaked Springs, Zelda. The waters here are natural thermal springs extracted from subterranean veins beneath Cursus. We see to it that an ideal temperature for bathing is preserved by means of the finest fire crystals procured directly from the Durranian Islands. Needless to say, the springs are open to one end. Chief, miss, don't leave us here alone, I beg you. Quit your whining already. We know that we can't very well stay here forever. No, visit Lord Frenzel and his sky builder. Perhaps you could talk some sense into this fellow. As you know, we are itinerant artisans plying our trade all across the realm. When we finish one task, we must move on to the next. We don't mind to celebrate a job well done before heading to Limsa for our next assignment, but I simply can't bear to see the chief here go. Why, without him, then who will set me right when my hammering technique falters? He will scold me when I am tempted to slack off with my duties. As you can see, this fellow simply refuses to let us go. Would you be so kind as to have a word with him on our behalf? Yes, need not be goodbye. You mean I can't? Why, yes, I can meet her again. Our borders are open now, and Sir Henrik himself encourages free travel between our nations. Should I wish to pay my regards to the chief, I'm free to travel to Limsa anytime I like. It is just as the Saber of Ishgard here says, so stand up straight and quit your whinging for once. That goes to the whole lot of you. You all had, and will continue to have, a hand in one of the impressive rebuilding efforts this realm's ever seen. So take some damn pride in your work, and the firmament might soar to even greater heights. Aye, Chief. Well, that was a rather unexpected distraction. Still, all's well that ends well, I suppose. And with that, I do believe we should be on our way. Pray accompany me to the main plaza of the Rising Sun Quarter, would you? I think the bathing scene was in the Count's quest line. As you can see, this is the district's main thoroughfare, connected to the pillars above with the bridge below. I have to walk the streets here to speak to passersby and see if there's aught which I might assist them. And with that, I do believe you see most everything the quarter has to offer. What say you, my friend? Did it live up to your expectations? Yeah, did it? If it isn't the Saber of Ishgard and Lord Frenzel as well. Fulkerno and I might have said I might find the two of you here, and thank the heavens that I have. Conan, it's good to see you up and about again. I trust your wounds have healed. Indeed they have, thanks to Marcelo and his most marvelous unguent. I can scarcely feel a thing. And to think it were not for the both of you, I would never have given the poor man a chance. I had to express my gratitude in person, and yet my words seem so woefully inadequate when measured against the profundity of your deeds. So, truth be told, there is one more matter regarding which I would seek your counsel. Will you allow me to impose upon you for just a bit longer? Sure. Sometimes it seems as if you are in greater demand in the firmament than I, Zelda. Small wonder, given that all that you have done for the people here. And on that note, there are many administrative duties that await my attention, and I had best be returning them sooner rather than later. Till next time, my friends. will take money. Show me the money. Let's find out what his wish is. I've heard much of your boundless generosity, but never did I believe the Savior Rich God herself would entertain my humble request. Now, allow me to explain. For that, pray let us join you, my friends. Mr. Zelda, how do you fare these days? As for me, I'm pleased to report that the business in my provisioner shop is positively booming of late. Truly, I owe it all to you and Lord Francel. Speaking of which, that is precisely why we'd hope to speak with you today. We're hoping how nice it would be if we were able to do something to celebrate the firmament's restoration, express our gratitude to Lord Francel for all he has done on our behalf. I was speaking with Volcarno, and he had mentioned that his master was particularly fond of music. In fact, his long dream of establishing his own orchestra. And while that may be beyond our abilities, I thought the very least we could do would be to arrange for a concert of sorts to be held in his honor. To that end, we're working to acquire the needed instruments. Without consulting Lord Francel, we mean for this to be a surprise, you see. My friends tell me that you're one of Lord Francel's closest friends and confidants. I'm certain that nothing would please him more than to see your face among the performers. What do you say? You got it. Splendid. I knew we could count on you. I too have endeavored to do my part by putting together necessary instruments using parts and techniques I learned from a traveling artisan in town. It is far from a full orchestra, I'm afraid, but at the very least we have a piano, woodwinds, and strings. We just set the piano in St. Royal's dais before coming here. Fortunately, it did not seem to arouse Lord Francis' suspicion. Furthermore, I have made an effort to procure pair of every instrument should the mood strike Lord Francel. I thought a few things would stir the hearts of the townspeople and see the two of you play a duet. That said, I must confess that I am unsure what instrument our benefactor most favors. Might you be so kind to inquire with Volcarno for me? Pray remind him not to divulge the matter to Lord Francel himself. Leave it to me. Many thanks, and with that, I had best return to the dais to complete our preparations. Myuri here will be overseeing the finer details of the concert. Should you have any questions at all about the event, she'll be more than happy to enlighten you. Now remember, we must spare no effort to ensure that this remains a secret. We're counting on you, my friend. You got it. I was strolling through the firmament one day to ask about what instrument Francel might play. Hello, Volcarno. Ah, Mr. Zelda, if it's Lord Francel you seek, I fear he's already returning to his quarters. Is there aught assistance I might offer? In fact, you're the man to see. Concert, you said, to commemorate the completion of the restoration effort. Lord Francel would be overjoyed. Of this I have no doubt. Truly, I cannot thank you enough for your most generous sentiment. The young lord is quite adept with any instrument, as to which he most favors playing. On second thought, I have an idea. There's a person I would like you to meet. I might ask you to wait here for just a moment. And we wait. Dun, 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 dun. My apologies for keeping you waiting, Mr. Zelda. Mistress Hime, it is an honor and pleasure both to see you again. Pray forgive me, I was unaware that you were aiding us in the restoration effort. If I had known, I would have paid my respects far sooner. My steward, Bermian, mentioned that he had heard from an attendant of House Alienart word of plans for a celebration commemorating the firmament's restoration. I take it that you too were involved in this. Yeah. I took the liberty to inform Lord Otwell of your intention to hold a concert in Lord Frenzel's honor. Perhaps you were unaware, but Lord Otwell is one of the realm's finest collectors of equestrian rolls. Much as I had hoped, he has taken a keen interest in your idea. To tell the truth, in addition to my collection, I have been known to dabble in the art of composition myself. As a matter of fact, I penned a duet for the piano inspired by the sights and sounds of the firmament. Nothing would give me greater honor than if you and Frenzel were to perform together at the festivities. A splendid idea indeed. My lord was quite a passion for the piano, and I am certain he would be more than pleased to perform at your piece. If my eyes did not deceive me, a most stately piano, or at least its top St. Royal's Dinus. If you have a moment or two to spare, pray consider playing a little tune or two on it to practice. Often it takes time to get accustomed to a new instrument. In the meantime, I shall ask around and see if I can find a few more skilled performers willing to join you up on stage. Marvelous. In that case, I shall return home and prepare a transcription of the score at once. I must confess, just thought of hearing the sweet sound of music ringing across the firmament is me feeling as giddy as a schoolboy. It will be all I can do to stop myself from skipping and dancing through the streets. Bye, guys. Before I pick up Il-2's and Shalamon's quest lines, I want to see how far they go before it unlocks their particular custom deliveries, because these two are definitely custom delivery ones. An impressive looking piano says the top St. Royal's Dice, inviting you to tickle its keys. Let us practice. You feel as if your piano playing skills have improved considerably. Let's practice again. Your diligent effort before seems to have borne fruit, though you feel as if there is room for improvement. Practice piano some more. Yes. Having completed your practice, you now feel confident you can comfortably perform any tune placed before you. Your fingers tickle the keys with ease, giving you confidence that your abilities have improved considerably. Check back with Myri and see how the preparations are coming along. Zelda, was that perhaps you that was practicing the piano just now? Well, that was a very virtuoso performance if I've ever heard one. Clearly, there's something that I could teach you. I'm pleased to report that preparations for the festivities are proceeding apace. With Fulcrino's aid, we have managed to secure additional performers. Yes, I do believe this concert will be a performance to remember. An unexpected symphony. My apologies for the wait, friend. I am pleased to announce that all preparations are completed and we are ready for you to take the stage. Your fellow musicians should be arriving any moment as well. Hail, Zelda, how goes it? It's quite the honor to have the opportunity to perform with you. Recently, I've had the occasion to rest at home with my family, and I will have used time to assist my daughter with her practice. Rest assured that I shall not miss a single note. There you are. Did you miss me, old girl? Well, let me that. When brother told me about the concert, I knew I simply had to be part of it. Quite the virtuoso with the flute, if you didn't know. Why, I cannot even tell you how long I practiced that I might win the lovely Laniet's heart with the serenade of all her favorite tunes. Uh-huh. Keep dreaming, boy. What are you doing here? And we're in the same garden, no less. Whatever is the occasion. Poker said you had an urgent matter to discuss with me. Is everything quite all right? We have a surprise for you. A surprise? Could you possibly mean what I think you mean? Just so, Lord Fretzel, in celebration of the firmament's rebirth, and as but a small token of our appreciation for your efforts in leading the restoration, we would announce the establishment of the Rising Song Players, the Holy Sea's first official musical troupe. And now, without further ado, the stage awaits, my lord. The stage? You mean to say that I am free to join in the performance as well? You are not merely free, Lord Fretzel. Why, is a prerequisite for the performance itself. After all, this performance is being held in your honor, first and foremost, and I know as well as any that you would give anything for a chance to perform with your dearest friends. Surely, Lord Fretzel, is the least we can do to express the depth of our gratitude. Much love, Zelda. Here, each and every man and woman here spare no effort to help make your vision a reality. Why, even my stuffy elder brother was prancing about with the spring in his step when we commissioned him to provide the score for the occasion. You wouldn't want to disappoint him now, would you? And so, here you go. Have yourself a copy of the score in hand and take your place at the piano with Zelda here, where you belong. Lord Otterwell composed a piece for me? Someone pray pitch my arm, friends. Surely this must be a waking dream. That I might perform a duet with you, Zelda. I dare say it's only appropriate, as you have ever been my constant partner and invaluable companion throughout this entire effort. It's really an honor and a pleasure to share the stage with you, my friend. You're welcome. The audience is filling in as we speak, and your fellow performers stand by and await your cue. We are prepared to begin as soon as both of you are ready. Simply let me know when you're prepared to raise the curtain, and we shall get the show started. Splendid. I too shall spend my last few moments tuning my instrument to perfection. Give me a shout as soon as you're ready, old girl. Stop calling me that. Stop it. I will do more than I will pick this piano up and bang it over your head. I prepare, my friend, and without further ado, let the show begin. Troupe will now perform a song. Time your inputs on the screen prompts. When a blue prompt appears, left, time your input to the diamonds overlap. When the orange prompt appears, center, make several rapid inputs until the prompt disappears. When a red prompt appears, right, press hold the input for the duration of the prompt. Controls as follows. Left click or right click anywhere on the screen. Keyboard, any standard modified key. Please note that chat will be temporarily disabled. To access the pause menu, press escape or the options button from which you may choose to end the performance. Let the show begin. Let's see how good my skills are. I'll have to practice quite a bit. You can't fail this, by the way. Could have been better. I was never skilled at DDR or anything like that. Oh well. Mr. Zelda, thank you for the most lovely performance. It was everything we'd hoped it would be in some. And from this glowing expression, little doubt Lord Francis feels the same. Better go talk with him, won't you? With that, I should start preparing for the inevitable encore performance, to which I hope you would not be averse to taking part. Just stop by whenever you like. And this is the last of the main branch. Smiles across the sky. And we get new foundations of Christian roll. Zelda, you have left me lost for words this morning. I've long dreamed of this day, and it somehow has exceeded even my wildest expectations. It was an honor to count myself among your audience, my lord. To be on hand as the two individuals responsible for restoring life to the firmament paid tribute to its rebirth, why does not brought a tear to this old man's eye? To think that I would live to see Ishgard enter a true age of renaissance, truly I am blessed beyond belief. I too oft find myself scarcely able to believe all that has come to pass, Volcano. Pray remind me not to forget to express my gratitude to the others. That Zelda, I do not know whether to be impressed or offended that you saw fit to keep this whole matter a secret from me. You know full well that I would have been more than willing to assist you in preparing for the festivities. But that's the smallest of qualms when I think of what this day must mean to all that have toiled to restore the firmament in its former glory, and far beyond. Not to mention all those who live and work and play within these streets, both today and for the many, many years to come. If you were me a human, my friend, there's one last thing I would ask of you. Despite being branded and hunted down as a heretic, you nevertheless delivered a nation from the throes of war and ushered Ishgard into a new age of enlightenment. And Lord Harshaphant, your close companion and mine, in even the most trying of times, was ever a friend to the people, regardless of their blood or station. Never did he strive to bring them joy and a brighter future. You and Lord Harshaphant were more than my friends and comrades. You were a beacon in the sky, a guiding light, illuminating the path that I too would only dare to dream I might tread. And so, as best I could muster, I followed in your footsteps, that I might bring happiness to my countrymen in my own humble way. Pray tell me, my friend, have I done this to my contributions to this nation, even begin to live up to the legacy that you and Lord Harshaphant have built? You have done your homeland proud, sir. Truly, Zelda, oh, you cannot begin to imagine what it means to me to hear such words from you. This is the happiest day of my life. And now, I would allow me just one final word. Countless Ishgardians gave their lives in the war. Among those who have lived to see this age, there's not one who does not realize that their happiness is built upon the sacrifices of those who came before them. Needless to say, I feel the same. I believe that the only true way for us is to express our gratitude, is to make the most of every single day we have. Let's spare no effort to leave even a brighter world to those who would follow after us. To that end, I offer my most heartfelt wishes for your continued health and happiness. As a hero not just of our own land, but countless others, I know the burdens you will bear are great. I can only pray that to the Fury that you are blessed with joy and prosperity, far exceeding that which you have brought to all those whose lives you have touched. Lord Overseer, Lord Overseer, you must come at once. We have a visitor. Oh, could it truly be? Whatever is the meaning of this assault you heard with the man? With me. Okay, I have made a decision. This is where I'm going to end the stuff for the Heavensward stuff, because a lot of this goes into, except for, like, say, the side quests, the yellow quests, they lead to other things which I am not prepared to do right now, such as unlocking Charlemagne's and Il-2's custom deliveries. So I'm not going to do those. We will revisit this when we get to Heavensward, to Shadowbringers content. Whoever this visitor is, I've asked Normalin to escort our guests here, so let us wait for their arrival. Ah, it's Baimric. My apologies for the unexpected intrusion, Lord Franzel. Zelda, 'tis always a pleasure to see you, and yet your presence here tells me that my own arrival has come too late. All of Ishgard has waited in anticipation of the day when we might celebrate the firmament's restoration. When I heard that a commemorative ceremony was to be held, I finished up my duties as best I could, that I too might attend and get. And pray forgive me, Sir Amic, the festivities were prepared in secret by my friends here, and I myself was not privy to them. Had I known, your name, of course, would have been atop the guest list. Think nothing of it, Lord Franzel. It was a celebration of and by and for the people, the firmament, yes. Your own presence here doubtless carried far more weight in their eyes than one of mine own. And yet, if I might inquire, just what manner of ceremony was it? At the very least, I would relive it through your words. Well, but of course, my lord, my good friends here arranged for a group of players to perform a commemorative concert. Why, I even had the honor of taking the stage to perform a duet with Zelda here. Indeed, truly you're a woman of many talents, Zelda. Yeah. Not long ago, our people's hearts weighed heavy, their worries of whether they could put food on their plates, or even live to see tomorrow. Today's people smile as they walk these streets and fill the air with song. Long-suffering souls whose bodies are battered, who wanted for a roof over their head and warm clothes on their back. These same men and women now apply their trade as machinists, as merchants, breathing new life into our proud nation. And today, Ishgard sees a culture flowers and blossoms yet further, as the joy of music takes root in the hearts of the people, sending their hopes and dreams ever skyward. Lord Franzel, for leading the restoration, and for all of you done to see the firmament's transform into the living embodiment of our nation's new age, I commend you. You do me too great an honor, Sir Amic. Though I am hardly worthy of such praise, I will never doubt to disappoint you in my future efforts. And with that, I had best return to my duties. It was an honor to join you for even the briefest of moments, and see the remarkable work you wrought. I shall return in the coming days for a closer examination. Phew. Try as I might, I'm always find myself at a loss for words and standing before Sir Amic. I'm relieved I did not embarrass myself any further. Come to think of it, it all began here, did it not? I speak, of course, of the restoration effort itself. In the beginning, I could scarce even grasp what I was trying to accomplish. I was bubbling about in the shadows with you as my only guide, and yet, look at the firmament now. It is the beating heart of our new Ishgard, and its residents and visitors alike, pumping life into our nation, and I will continue to do so long after I am gone. Needless to say, I know as well that any that my duties as Lord Overseer are far from complete. I will do all in my power to see that the firmament is ever a welcoming place for one and all, Ishgardian or traveler alike. I hope that you too, Zelda, will grace us with your presence from time to time. Pray always think of the firmament as one of your homes away from home. And that is it. Doing no spot effort to retire separate to restoration. The firmament is at long last complete. So there is yet the need to maintain a steady supplies, use and maintenance and upkeep. Then still procure materials from the dynamic, delivering tremendous consequence. Furthermore, if you wish to prefer an encore performance of the commemorative concert, you need to simply speak to Marjorie at any time. Yes, I will practice it here ad nauseum until I can do it very well for the patchlock. Finally, the Art of the Dealer at the Dominican Court now has a selection of paintings honoring the reconstruction of the firmament available for purchase. And there we have it, solid ground. Alright, all of this stuff we will do so when we get to Shadowbringers. Yeah, alright. Yep, so that is all for this evening. I thank you for coming along as we cleaned up some of the non dungeon raid trial combat related quests. Next week we will start delving into all of the juicy raids and dungeons and trials. So I look forward to seeing you guys then. Until next time, till next week, I do thank you for joining me as I remember Final Fantasy XIV. Have a good night, a great rest of your week, and a good weekend. May Nama bless. Goodbye. See you next time.